Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'd like to call the meeting to order. It is now 10 after 9. Again, good morning to everyone. I hope everyone had a nice travel in, whether that be by plane, train, or automobile. Get ready for a full, busy meeting today at the DAC. We will go ahead and get started with introductions, and Susie will start to my left. My name is Claude Stout, and I am one of the co-chairs of the DAC. Before we get started with introductions, Susan Mazrosi, the other co-chair, sends her regrets, but she wasn't able to come today, but she knows that we will have a very productive meeting. So, Susie?
Hello, everybody. My name is Susie Rosen. I'm the chief of the Disability Rights Office here at the Commission.
I don't know if my mic is on. Is it on? Good. My name is Julie Carney. I am VP of Regulatory Affairs for the Consumer Technology Association. I was the alternate. I think all of you know Alex Reynolds, who's moved on to a law firm. And I will be the new representative for Consumer Technology Association. Great to see so many familiar faces. Thanks.
Hi, this is A. Braffy, Director of Digital Strategy at the ARC.
Joshua Pila, I'm representing the National Association of Broadcasters. Looking forward to a productive day.
Good morning. Tafad Tupola, representing Association of University Centers on Disabilities.
My name is Hannah Thompson. I am a consumer representative.
Good morning. I'm Jocelyn Hunter with Columbia Lighthouse for the Blind.
Good morning. I'm Tom Ledkowski with Comcast.
Good morning. I'm Ron Pipler, a consumer from Montana.
And I'm here representing Deaf Seniors of America. Again, the name was Al Sonnenstrahl. Moving on. Hi, I'm Christian Vogler from Gallaudet University. And actually, I think the flight from Rockville might have been more reliable than the metro this morning. Good morning. I'm Zainab Al-Kebsi from the National Association of the Deaf. And I'm very happy to be here today because I did miss our last meeting. I was having too much fun in France.
Jamie Taylor. I'm here representing Deaf Blind Citizens in Action.
Hi, I'm Sabrina Fields representing Telecommunications Equipment Distribution Program Association.
Good morning. I'm Diane Burstein from the National Cable and Telecommunications Association.
Lee Knife from the Digital Media Association.
Good morning. Marcia Brooks, Perkins School for the Blind. Linda Vandeloop, AT&T.
Hi, good morning. Ian Dillner with Verizon.
Good morning. Tim Cregan with the U.S. Access Board.
Good morning. Mohammed Yusuf, U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Highway Administration.
Cheryl King, Federal Communications Commission, Disability Rights Office. Here you are, Sam.
Good morning. Sam Yale, SSB BART Group.
Good morning. My name is Tony Dunn with West Safety Services.
Good morning. Rosaline Crawford, FCC Disability Rights Office.
Good morning. Elliot Greenwald, Deputy Chief, FCC Disability Rights Office.
Good morning. Karen Peltz-Strauss, Deputy Bureau Chief of the Consumer Governmental Affairs Bureau here at the FCC.
And hi, I'm Elaine Gardner. I'm the designated federal officer with the FCC for this advisory committee.
Before we get started, I wanted to introduce two very important people that have joined the Disability Rights Office. And they are sitting at opposite ends of the room. So if you could stand up. We have Susan Barr, who is working on currently hearing aid compatibility issues and joined the office, about 2 months ago. And we have Michael Scott on that side, and he joined around a month ago, and he is working on real-time text. So we want to welcome you, and please feel free to chat with them about these issues, and then file, of course, your ex partes. But we're delighted to have them in the office. It's been really a terrific experience so far, and they are going to get more and more involved in the Disability Advisory Committee. So I just wanted to make sure that you all knew who they were. Thank you.
This is Elaine Gardner again. Welcome to all of you. I wanted to mention that there's a few new people here today. Maybe later on this afternoon we can introduce the new members of subcommittees who are here, and we have, as you might notice, a few new members of the DAC itself. I wanted to, for those who have not been here before, to remind you, if there's any accommodation you need or anything you need during the meeting, let me know, and I'd be happy to take care of it for you. There are restrooms to the out the right-hand door as you're facing 12th Street, and down that hall and to the left. The Wi-Fi number, the Wi-Fi code for using Wi-Fi in this room is FCC 082481. That's FCC 082481. Thank you.
This is Claude, and we will begin with Karen, with, I should say, the FCC staff report. Karen? So actually, we have divided up the issues this morning, and we are going to start with, thank you, we're going to hear from a lot of different people from the Disability Rights Office. First Rosalind Crawford, then Elliot Greenwald, Susie Rosen-Singleton, then me, and we will wrap up with Elaine. So, Rosaline?
Okay. So, good morning. Just wanted to bring to your attention a few things that we've done since we last met back in June. I hope all of you are familiar with the National Deafblind Equipment Distribution Program, affectionately called ICANN Connect. The Commission adopted rules in August to make this pilot program permanent and ongoing. So I just thought I'd just tell you a little bit about what's different, or what will be different when we convert the pilot program to the permanent one. That will take place, we expect, July 1st of 2017. The pilot program will run through the end of June. First of all, we're going to extend the program to include Guam, Northern Marianas, and American Samoa. So that's great. Programs that are going to be operating in each of these jurisdictions across the country will be certified for periods of 5 years, at which time at the end of the fourth year they'll have to, if they want to continue, resubmit an application to renew their certifications. We have national outreach we conducted during the pilot program at a rate of about $500,000 per year. We're reducing that budget to $250,000 per year, but still continuing the great work that the Perkins School for the Blind has done for us in that respect, particularly the ICANNconnect.org website, the social media aspects of it, the advertising, and the like. So that's awesome. We're going to allow the certified programs to use up to 2.5% of their annual allocations on train-the-trainer activities to address a persistent shortage of qualified trainers. We're going to allow the certified programs to be reimbursed for pre-approved consumer travel costs for assessments and trainings that are conducted at a program center location instead of at the consumer's home, when that is good for the consumer and good for the program. We've established a program performance goals, and the Bureau is going to be establishing performance measures so that we can better evaluate and track the program. The Commission authorized the development of a centralized database that certified programs will use for reporting purposes and may use to generate reimbursement claims. That centralized database will be under development over the next year or two, depending how fast we move, but we're going to be getting involved with the requirements for that soon, and we'll be seeking input naturally from various stakeholders. The rules and the Commission's order also requires the Bureau to assess program performance specifically during the 5th year. We're going to be ongoing evaluations in any event, but during the 5th year, including the extent to which funding should be continued for national outreach, travel, and train-the-trainer activities. So those are the highlights of the changes that are going to take place. We expect that the public notice announcing the period for which entities can submit their application for certification under the permanent program to be released probably after the first of the year. And then they'll have 60 days to apply, and then we'll go through the evaluation and certification. I will be available throughout the day in case anybody has questions about the program or the final rules that were adopted in August. Next, I just wanted to bring your attention to the fact that this is a biennial year in which the Commission is required to report to Congress on the implementation of certain provisions of the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act. The Bureau released a public notice seeking input on the assessment of communications technologies back in May. In August, the Bureau released a public notice with its tentative findings, and we've received comments. Thank you very much for everybody who submitted comments in both of those notices. And we are required by the law statute to submit that report by October 8th of this year. So be expecting it soon. You can tell what I'm working on. And last but not least, I just wanted to bring your attention to a public notice that was released by the Commission's Media Bureau that reminds manufacturers and multi-channel video programming distributors, your cable and satellite TV providers, about the upcoming deadline, December 20th of 2016, for user interface accessibility requirements for televisions and other digital apparatus that you can watch TV programming on, as well as set-top boxes, navigation devices. And the accessibility requirements include for people who are blind or visually impaired to be able to use all of the certain functions on the television and the equipment, as well as access to program guides, as well as an easy-to-use, comparable to a button key or icon closed captioning feature. And for digital apparatus, the same feature for video description. So December 20th, that would be equipment manufactured after that date. And after that date, you may, if you happen to be blind or visually impaired, you can contact your cable or satellite provider and ask them about the accessible set-top boxes. That's my report. Turning it over now to... Oh, that's right. Karen's reminding me that that's for the large cable and satellite providers. The smaller ones have an additional 2 years.
Okay, so several things have happened in the area of TRS since the DAC last met. Shortly after the last meeting, on June 30th, the DAC adopted I'm sorry, shortly after the DAC meeting, Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau adopted its annual rate order for TRS, for traditional TRS, interstate STS, interstate CTS, and IPCTS, and IP relay. The rates for VRS had been previously adopted by the Commission. On July 6th, VTC Secure filed a petition for waiver and declaratory ruling to permit providers of direct ASL customer support services to access the TRS numbering directory, and to clarify that VRS providers are required to support the ability of VRS users to make and receive direct video and voice and text calls to and from any number listed in the TRS numbering, including direct customer support numbers. This would be for what we are now calling ACE Direct, where call centers are being established to directly receive video calls from consumers who speak ASL. And I think you're all aware of, we have one of those call centers here at the FCC. And then on July 18th, 2016, a public notice seeking comment was issued, and the matter is pending. On August 4th, 2016, CGB released a FNPRM on VRS interoperability standards. In August 2015, the VRS task group of the SIP forum published the VRS interoperability profile. In July 2016, the Relay User Equipment, known as the RU Forum, published the interoperability profile for Relay User Equipment. The FNPRM seeks comment on tentative conclusions that these standards meet the FCC's objective of facilitating interoperability and portability for VRS and should be incorporated by reference into the FCC's rules. The comment period formally closed on September 14th, 2016, and we are working on that item. Lastly, on August 24th, CGB granted a 2-year temporary waivers to Sprint and Hamilton for 2 requirements for traditional TRS, STS, and CTS. These requirements were for that providers must allow users to select their own long-distance telephone carrier, and that providers must offer the same billing options such as collect, calling card, and third-party billing as traditionally offered by wireline telephone companies. These waivers were conditioned on providers not charging for long distance, and and in 2014, the FCC had previously had eliminated these requirements for the internet forms of TRS, and then we also intend to address that issue on a permanent basis. Okay, now it's time for Susie.
I would like to add to the many things that we have been working on. I'm going to share a couple more before I pass it to Karen. First of all, you know that the DAC has made recommendation for the wireless emergency alert system to be more accessible. Next week, on September 29th, we will have an order released about that. Thanks to the DAC and for your hard work on that. Feel free to come in and support those efforts or watch it through a webcast. Secondly, I would like to talk about the emergency alert system. We will be releasing an access information announcement about the upcoming EAS test that we have, but we wanted to let you also know in person about some of the information regarding this very important test. We're working very hard to have effective consumer outreach. This test is a partnership with FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management System. as for a nationwide test of EAS on September 28th at 2:20 p.m. If for some reason it needs to be rescheduled, the alternate test date is October 5th. The purpose of this test is to assess the reliability, accessibility, and effectiveness of the EAS. It's going to be broadcast through numerous ways, such as radio broadcast stations, television broadcast stations, cable systems, wireline video systems, direct broadcast satellite service providers, and digital audio radio service providers. The EAS test message will read as follows. This is the national test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test. Broadcast and cable operators in your area have developed this system in voluntary cooperation with FEMA, the FCC, and local authorities to keep you informed in the event of an emergency. If this had been an actual emergency, an official message would have followed the alert tone. This concludes this national test of the emergency alert system. And that will be the text of the alert. The EAS will address accessibility in the following ways. The emergency test message will be transmitted in English and Spanish via audio and text so that individuals with disabilities will have options in reading the message. In addition, the EAS visual message is being displayed in a manner that is consistent with the FCC's current rules, that is, on top of the TV screen or where it will not interfere with visual messages. The message must be displayed in a size, color, contrast, location, and speed that is readily readable and accessible. The EAS visual message must be displayed in its entirety at least once during the alert message. It may not overlap lines of text and may not extend beyond the viewable display, except for crawls that intentionally scroll on and off the screen. Although text-to-speech technology is still maturing, it will not be mandated at this time. However, its use is encouraged. And we welcome your feedback, as well as your observations as to whether it's accessible or not. And you can contact us at the Safety Support Center. We welcome your feedback. The website is https://www.fcc.gov General Public Safety Support Center. If you have any questions, please reach out to me, and I'm happy to explain more. So that's going to be September 28th, and we will be releasing an announcement via email to the subscribers of our listserv. So you should be receiving that message if you are a subscriber. Now I'd like to talk about the Section 504 compliance here at the Commission. On August 3rd, the FCC released a public notice seeking comment on the accessibility of the FCC's programs and activities. Federal agencies are required to make their programs and activities accessible to people with disabilities in order to comply with the requirements of Section 504 of the Rehab Act. We have rules that require it to review its accessibility policies and practices every 3 years. FCC also regularly updates its Section 504 handbook. The handbook contains guidance on the provision of accommodations on the Commission's programs and activities, procedures, and for securing reasonable accommodations. Comment period closes October 3rd. Now I'd like to talk about technology transitions. On July 15th, the FCC released new rules to protect consumers with disabilities during the transition from landline phone network technology to modern technologies. Under the new rules, a phone company or carrier requesting the FCC's permission must replace its legacy network technologies with updated technologies must certify that a replacement service provides levels of accessibility, usability, and compatibility with consumers for disabilities as effective as the legacy voice service. Carriers further must ensure that the replacement services offer access to telecommunication relay services. Carriers are also encouraged to offer new accessibility features available through the new technologies to their customers with disabilities, and to make it as cost-effective as possible. And finally, require carriers to have a consumer outreach plan, appropriate consumer education materials, and staff trained to assist consumers with disabilities with the disability access issues related to the transition. On September 26, from 1 to 2 p.m., the Commission will host in this room a public information session about technology transitions, this new rules, also available on the web. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Karen speaking again. So I'm going to give you an update on a few other items that we've been working on. First, I want to mention that this has been an incredibly busy summer for DRO, as you can see from all the things that were talked about already, but also in terms of outreach and attendance at conferences, staff members or employees and members of the Disability Rights Office have been presenting at, or did present at, the National Association of the Deaf conference, at the American Council of the Blind, at the National Association of State Relay Administrators, the Telecommunications Equipment Distribution Program Association, the ITRS Advisory Council, and a couple of deaf-blind events. That's just to name a few. So we've been making the rounds, and I think that it's been nice to be able to get out and share what we do with a lot of different groups. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our Hearing and Compatibility Project. Over the last couple of years, as you know, we've had various NPRMs and reports and orders and FNPRMs on these issues. On November 20th, just a little bit of history, November 20th, 2015, we had released a report and order that expanded the rules to our hearing and compatibility rules to cover phones used with wireless IP-based services such as Wi-Fi calling and voice over LTE. We also, on October 30th of 2015, released an NPRM, a Notice of Proposed Rulemaking, to similarly extend the wireline hearing and compatibility rules to VoIP wireline services. And both of these were by virtue of the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act, the CVAA. The latter one on wireline is one of the ones, is the proceeding that's still open, that we're still working on. That same proceeding that we're still working on also will be updating our HAC standards, and considering whether or not to adopt a wireless handset volume control. There are a lot of issues on that. We're trying to work through them, as well as streamlining the hearing and compatibility standards setting, which is, again, a directive of the CVAA. So, and that's the proceeding that I mentioned that Sue is working on, hopefully, many of you have already been contacted about that. If any of you have any questions, ask Sue or see me. We're really interested in feedback on a lot of this. The other big news in hearing and compatibility arena is the report and order that was released on August 4th. And this was based on a joint consensus proposal that increases the percentage of phones that have to be hearing aid compatible, specifically wireless phones, over time to 66% within a 2-year transition period for manufacturers, with additional compliance time for service providers, 85% of handset models following a 5-year transition period, again for manufacturers, with additional time for service providers. And the item also has a goal and a commitment to reach 100% by 2024. And in order to achieve that goal, what the item talks about is the creation of a task force of consumer and industry stakeholders that will be created, not from the FCC. It's not an advisory committee, but rather an external task force that the joint consensus proposal came up with, or the stakeholders in that proposal came up with, that will examine and report to the Commission on the feasibility of reaching 100%. So this was truly a landmark proposal. There will also be benchmarks established for reporting. And again, I want to thank the various industry and consumer organizations that worked so collaboratively to achieve this goal. This goal basically being the proposal, which ultimately has a goal of 100%. It's really an exemplary model for collaboration, as has been many of the landmarks in the hearing and compatibility, on the hearing and compatibility issue. So we applaud all of you for giving your time and energy to that. Later on today, you're going to be receiving a recommendation from a working group here on cognitive disabilities that is similarly the product of collaborative efforts. That is on cognitive disabilities, and accompanying that recommendation will also be an effort by the FCC, not needing approval from the STAC, but our own deep dive into these issues. It will be a white paper. You're going to learn more about it from the chairman on October 6th when he gives a presentation at the Coleman Institute in Colorado. But suffice it to say that learning about these issues has been an educational experience for all of us, and we were really pleased to see how many features and functionalities already exist. And we put out a call to all of you for examples of what your devices can do, and we're truly thrilled with what came back. So again, I want to thank you for all of the work you've done, especially Elaine, who was the leader of this project. There's much more research on it than we ever thought, and much more activity on it than we knew existed. And one of our challenges is going to be getting out the word about what is available. And we'll talk later more about the commitment, but what the white paper focuses a lot on are what the functional needs of this population are and what the accessibility solutions are now and can be. So there's a lot to report on this, and it was really fun for those of us who had not been focusing on these issues before to delve into this, and I know that it's going to be a long-standing issue for the Commission going forward. Again, thank you to all of you for your time and effort on this, especially the associations and the consumer groups that focus on these issues. We also have in the pipeline a couple of other things. We are continuing our efforts under ACE, which stands for Accessible Communications for Everyone, to encourage call centers or companies and federal agencies that have call centers to hire people who sign, preferably people who sign natively, to staff those centers so that those call centers can offer direct video communications with their customers who are deaf and hard of hearing, who also sign, or speech disabled or deafblind, when those people sign, because the communication is all that much more effective if it is direct. Relay services are definitely still necessary for many purposes, but if you have the ability to communicate directly via a call center, it saves time, it ensures full accuracy, privacy, and effectiveness of the call and efficiency. We have found these calls are more efficient. You had a presentation on this, I believe, either last meeting, or the meeting before. Okay, maybe it was the meeting before. And I wanted to, I'm getting somebody saying last meeting, you've had a presentation on it. You know what I'm talking about. On November, so we are going to be having a showcase on what we call DVC, direct video calling, coming up. We have tentatively, and I emphasize this for anybody watching online, tentatively set the date for that for November 4th. You will be hearing more about this coming up. That date may change, but tentatively we are looking at that date to showcase a prototype to facilitate direct video calling that we arranged by or we contracted for from a subcontractor, and also to just talk about the benefits of this technology. So you may want to put down that date, but just stay tuned. Again, I want to add that if anybody is not a subscriber to our Access Info list, please do send an email to accessinfo@fcc.gov, and you will be kept apprised of events like this. Finally, just wanted to mention that we are working on our real-time text order. Many of you are familiar with that. Anybody that's been in this group has received numerous briefings on it. And I mentioned that Michael is working on that. It's completely groundbreaking. Again, I want to thank you. Lots of great comments came in, and we're working through them, and you'll hopefully be hearing more from us. We're having a number of stakeholder meetings. We've already had a couple, and we'll be having more to help work through these challenging issues, but very, very exciting issues. So I think that wraps it up for my presentation. I'm going to hand it back to Elaine. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. This is Elaine Gardner, and again, I'm the designated federal officer for the DAC. I can't believe this, but it's been almost 2 years since the DAC was first formulated. And as I think we mentioned at the time, these federal advisory committees are of a set term, and this one is for 2 years. So we are coming to the end of our great relationship here, and it's been a fabulous term. I mean, we've gotten so much done. Recently, I sent all of you a public notice of an announcement for recruitment for membership in the new term of the DAC. This term ends on December 29th, so it's nice. It's calendar year. The new one will start up right away for the new year, 2017. Even if you're a member of this term, you have to reapply. Everybody has to reapply. The instructions were in my public notice, but basically you just have to email me at dac@fcc.gov with certain information. That information would be about your affiliation, if you have an affiliation, if you're going to be representing an organization or corporation, a little bit about your goals and your mission and your interests, and a little information on the fact that you're not a lobbyist with the federal government. So that's all spelled out in the public notice, and if you haven't received that, or if you want to get it again, just shoot me an email or look for it on our DAC website, which is available if you just type into the search bar FCC space DAC. You'll find our website, and it's right down there with new announcements. So I encourage you to, if you're interested in reapplying, to reapply. The deadline is October 14th. We're hoping that we have some members from our old DAC and some fresh new members, and I'm really looking forward to the new term, but I'm really it's a little bittersweet because this has been such a great experience with all of you. Thanks.
Well, thank you. Oh. Okay. Does anyone have any questions for Karen, for Rosalind, for Elaine, or Susie, or for Elliot, our FCC staff? Yes. I see we do have a question from Sunny.
Do you want to do it?
My name is Al Sonnenstrahl, and I do have a question. You mentioned a transition from hardline to non-lined phones. So, so does the FCC have jurisdiction to be involved with the internet process for that?
I'm not on camera. I guess the caption. Oh, here I am. Okay. To respond to your question, Al, we do have jurisdiction over the carriers who will be transitioning from the landlines to the new technologies that exist, and that includes Internet protocol. Now, whether or not we have specific jurisdiction over the Internet itself, we have it over the providers and carriers. Does that help?
So for example, under the CVAA, the CVAA gives us jurisdiction over communications that take place via Internet protocol, as well as certain areas in video programming. As you know, our rules cover require captioning on television programs that were shown on TV and then are provided to the public, again, via Internet protocol. So there are certain areas in which we have jurisdiction, especially in the accessibility arena.
Just to complete what Susie and Karen said, as you all know, the FCC did adopt rules asserting Title II jurisdiction over Internet access, and that was affirmed by the Court of Appeals. So, in addition to that, Susie and Karen mentioned we have access over the VoIP providers.
This is Claude. Dr. Vogler has the next question.
Hello, this is Christian Vogler from Gallaudet University. I was wondering, is the decision related to continuing the DAC, is that decision already been made?
Regardless of what happens in the election, will the DAC actually still continue?
It is our plan to continue the DAC at the present time.
Any other questions from our members of the DAC here for our wonderful FCC staff? Seeing none, thank you to the Commission staff for your reports, and we look forward to you producing a lot of good work for the community and other stakeholders such as state governments and industry. So thank you very much. Now, we were supposed to have a break at 9:55, but I would like to have one more report before taking our break. So we will now have Zainab El-Kebsi give the Technology Transition and Subcommittee report, and that will include recommendations, and it will involve a full DAC discussion. So, Zainab?
Thank you, Claude. This is Zainab speaking. Before I jump into the recommendations, I do have a brief report of what we've been working on thus far. And first, I must thank the wonderful subcommittees for the work that they have put in to develop this piece of work that I'm presenting today. It's a wonderful team, and they've been working very diligently, so I want to thank them for that. From some of our earlier discussions, we have selected our next topic that we are hoping we will be able to develop a recommendation on for the next DAC meeting, which is the Internet of Things. And now I will go ahead and present my report as it was printed. It does say whereas several times. I won't repeat the whereases, just assume that they're in there. We'll have a bunch of whereases, and then we'll get to a bunch of recommendations, and I'll let you know that we're following along. So this is the whereas portion. Many deaf and hard of hearing consumers rely on amplified phones or captioned phones as the primary means of communicating via telephone networks. Number 2, consumers with amplified phones, including the amplified portion of captioned phones, continue to report to state equipment distribution programs, or EDPs, and other consumer groups that they were not able to effectively use these devices for telephone conversations due to issues including static, dropped sound, or picking up other noises, reporting as other conversations or even the radio, and amplification itself is not working reliably. 3, consumers are often stuck between their network provider, claiming an issue is with the phone, and the phone manufacturer, claiming the issue is with the network. 4, implementation of a common set of standards for measurement of wireline amplified phone offerings or amplified phone performance would be beneficial to deaf or hard of hearing consumers. And 5, TIA's TR41 Engineering Committee developed TIA 4953 in response to state distribution programs complaints regarding the performance of amplified telephones. The TIA 4953 standard provides measurement procedures and performance criteria for amplified telephone handset acoustics, focusing on receiver gain, tone control for hearing loss categories, ringer acoustics, and level acoustic hearing aid compatibility, which simulates the usage of a handset by a person with a hearing aid, and magnetic hearing aid compatibility by reference to TIA 1083. And many consumers who could benefit from amplified phones will be unfamiliar with the TIA 4953 standards unless there is clear labeling on the phone packaging regarding the use of that standard. Number 7, TIA's TR41 Engineering Committee revised the TSB 177A standard to provide logos which may be offered for use with products that meet the performance requirements established in the ANSI TIA 4953 Amplified Telephone Measurement Procedures and Performance Requirements Standards. And 8, amplification on captioned phones may be beneficial to a person with hearing loss, even in situation when the captions are turned off. 9, a recent large survey on voice telecommunications access conducted by the Rehabilitation Engineering Research Center, RERC, on telecommunications access at Gallaudet University, thank you, Christian, found that only about 11% of respondents utilized the FCC clearinghouse to get information about telecommunications products, and 10, if the above is investigated and remedied, it would benefit the greater population in addition to the deaf and hard of hearing population. Now, therefore, it is, and we come down to the recommendations of which there are 7. Number 1, recommended that the FCC investigate the complaints regarding amplified phone and phone network compatibility. 2, recommend further that the Commission consider efforts to educate staff and raise awareness about wireline telephone performance standards through sources like TIA. 3, recommend further the Commission initiate a rulemaking to recognize TIA 4953 as a standard that meets the referenced performance criteria and to apply TIA 4953 standard as a safe harbor for manufacturers of amplified high-gain telephones, including captioned phones. 4, recommended further that all phones manufactured to meet the TIA 4953 standard are encouraged to use the TSB 177A labeling and marking guidelines published by TIA in August 2013. 5, recommend further that the Commission require captioned telephones to have the capability of providing high gain above 18 dB decibels while the phone is in use with or without captioning. 6, the Commission include in their online accessibility clearinghouse information for consumers regarding amplified phones that meet the TIA 4953 standard. And finally, 7, that the Commission provide an outreach and consumer education program about the Accessibility Clearinghouse in order to encourage customer utilization. That concludes my recommendations and report. Thank you.
Okay, so now that we've heard Zainab's recommendation and report, do I hear a motion to approve the committee or adopt the committee's recommendations? Any motions? I see a hand up from Tony Dunn. So, Tony? Okay. It appears Tony has moved. So, do I hear a second? Okay. Sabrina has seconded. So now let's open discussion on the committee's recommendations and report. Any discussion, questions, comments, opinions? Seeing none, let's go ahead and move to the vote. We will vote who are voting members of the DAC. We will not count FCC staff, and we will start just past Susie. So Julie? Okay, Julie votes yay.
Matt Gersh, CTIA, approved.
A. Braffy at the ARC votes yay.
National Association of Broadcasters, yes.
Tafad Tupuola, AUCD, yes.
Hannah Thompson, yes.
Brian from HKNC, yes.
Jocelyn Hunter from Columbia Lighthouse for the Blind, yes.
Tom Lidkowski, Comcast, yes.
Lisa Hamlin, Hearing Loss Association of America, yes.
Ron Pipler, consumer, yes.
Al Sonnenstrahl, DSA, yes.
Christian Vogler, RDRC from Gallaudet University, yes.
Zainab El-Kebsi, NAD, National Association of the Deaf, yes, obviously.
Jamie Taylor, Deaf Blind Citizens in Action, yes.
Brenda Kelly Fry, National Association for State Relay Administration, votes yes.
Sabrina Fields, TEDPA, yes.
Diane Burstein, NCTA, yes.
Lee Knife, Digital Media Association, yes.
Marsha Brooks Perkins School for the Blind, yes.
Linda Vanderloop, AT&T, yes.
Mark Fletcher with Avaya, yes.
Ian Dillner with Verizon, yes.
Tim Cregan, the Access Board. The Access Board abstains.
Muhammad Yusuf, USDOT, abstain.
Sam?
Samuel, SSP Bar Group, yes.
Tony Dunn, West Safety Services, yes.
Frank Lucia, Georgia Tech RERC, yes.
This is Claude with TDI, and I also vote yes. So the motion almost unanimously carries. So thank you very much for your hard work on those recommendations, and Zainab, congratulations on your committee's hard work. So now we will proceed with a brief break. Before everybody gets up to grab something to eat, I would like to recognize 5 companies for their sponsorship of the DAC's breakfast and lunch today. We are very appreciative of the support that we've received from these companies. And it's Internet Protocol Caption Telephone Marketing Services, Ultratech from Madison, Wisconsin, Hamilton Relay from Aurora, Nebraska, Sprint Relay from Colorado, Caption Call under Sorensen Communications from Salt Lake City, and last but not least, Purple Communications with Clear Caption Services in Rockland, California. So I would like to thank all 5 of the companies who have sponsored our meals today. So enjoy your break, and let's reconvene at 10 after 10. Okay?
This is Claude. I'm asking you all now to take your seats. We are going to start the meeting again. This is Claude. All right. We are reconvened. I would like to have Abe Rafi with the Cognitive Disabilities Working Group present a report. And he will conclude his report with some recommendations, and then we'll have a full deck discussion and vote on those recommendations. Abe, you're on.
Okay, everybody, I'm going to start by reading directly from the copy that you should all have. On October 28, 2015, the Federal Communications Commission held a summit on the communications needs of people with cognitive disabilities to learn more about how this population uses information and communication technology, ICT. The FCC and participants, including Disability Advisory Committee DAC members, learned how ICT products and services have enabled millions of people with cognitive disabilities to more fully and independently participate and access educational, economic, civic, and personal interaction opportunities, while also learning about the accessibility and usability barriers that people with cognitive disabilities may continue to face. Participants also learned that people with cognitive disabilities have strong potential to consume mainstream technology products and services at higher rates than in the past due to the decrease in cost of technology, the increase in availability of technology through public services, e.g. IDEA provides technology to students with disabilities in schools, the increased prevalence of caregivers who can train people with cognitive disabilities to use mainstream technology, and the rapid emergence of technologies that are particularly useful to people with cognitive disabilities, e.g. more intuitive user interface hardware and software features, sensors, artificial intelligence, etc. At the FCC Summit, consumer stakeholders highlighted some of the challenges that people with cognitive disabilities may face when accessing and using ICT products and services, including challenges comprehending complex screen menus and guides, limited memory or recall skills to enter passwords or interact with security or navigation features, and loss of customized feature options when modifications are made to interfaces through software updates. Consumer stakeholders also highlighted the fact that users with cognitive disabilities often require customer support, onboarding experiences, user manuals, and other information that is tailored to meet their user adoption needs. ICT stakeholders also described key personalization and customization features and capabilities that help to address these challenges, including innovative device unlocking capabilities, e.g. fingerprint, facial, or optical recognition, pictures or images to reach specific contacts, screen readers, settings that enable a user, supporter, or caregiver to control the complexity of user interfaces by selectively revealing or hiding features, and augmentative communication applications. Given the FCC's recent efforts in facilitating discussions about the needs of people with cognitive disabilities, participants generally understood that greater awareness among people with cognitive disabilities, caregivers, and industry stakeholders about these solutions may be necessary. To increase awareness among ICT stakeholders, including manufacturers, service providers, and application developers, the FCC's DAC recognizes and recommends the following best practices to promote effective access and usability of ICT products and services for Americans with cognitive disabilities. First, where appropriate, ICT stakeholders should keep informed about the needs of and solutions for people with cognitive disabilities as communications technologies evolve in the 21st century by proactively seeking out and maintaining collaborative relationships with people with cognitive disabilities, either individually or through organizations that have established expertise with or represent these individuals. Where appropriate, ICT stakeholders should seek opportunities to understand accessibility and usability issues for people with cognitive disabilities, which may include, for example, following and participating in national research, learning about emerging standards and guidance from knowledgeable organizations, e.g. the World Wide Web Consortium, participating in cognitive disabilities conferences, and participating in online communities and other user communities comprised of users with cognitive disabilities and their caregivers. Where appropriate, ICT stakeholders should include people with cognitive disabilities and their representatives in product and service design and development processes as early as possible to identify unmet user needs for features, products, or services, and evaluate the accessibility and usability of solutions, features, and functions, including, for example, market research, product testing, demonstrations, or trials. Personalization and customization of features and functions. In furtherance of the principles of universal design and to minimize the need for costly and difficult-to-find accessories, ICT stakeholders should, where appropriate, make efforts to incorporate features that allow for personalization and customization of features and functions that facilitate the accessibility and usability of ICT and applications for people with cognitive disabilities. Where appropriate, ICT stakeholders should offer accessible instructions, user guides, customer support services, and other information in ways that may enable people with cognitive disabilities to independently or with their caregivers or support staff learn to operate and use ICT products and services. Last, where appropriate, ICT stakeholders should make efforts to raise awareness among designers, developers, service personnel, and customer representatives about the needs of people with cognitive disabilities and their support networks, including identifying features and functions of products and services that may be useful to people with cognitive disabilities.
Thank you, Abe. Does any member of the DAC wish to make any follow-up recommendations to the report? Do I hear a motion related to furthering a better future for usability and accessibility of ICT to people with cognitive disabilities? I see a hand. Kristen, you have a question?
Just waiting for the camera to get on me. Looks like it's a crowd shot rather than close-up. There we go. Thank you. Christian Vogler from Gallaudet University speaking. 3 years ago, Gallaudet University hosted a conference. It's called the State of Science Conference. And we focused on a variety of disabilities and their needs for telecommunications access. And at that conference, we also had a conversation, some discussion about the needs of people with cognitive disabilities. And there were some common themes that emerged from that conversation that industry manufacturers really had no idea how to address the needs of this population. So the recommendations here, I want to first say that it's a good first step, but that they have to be these are very general. And we're talking about involving people with cognitive disabilities in the design is critical to this effort. Talking about customization, making these products more accessible, obviously is the target and the goal, but the crucial beginning is that people who are making the equipment need specific guidance on how to achieve those aims. So I was wondering if your committee had talked at all about the need for very specific resources and guidelines, because the industry may want to meet the needs and they just don't have any idea really how to enter that field. That was what we heard 3 years ago at the conference.
Abe, can you respond to that?
Yeah, that's a thought that came up as we were going through this process, and a lot of very specific granular ideas and features and functionalities and methods and practices came up as we were thinking through this. The goal of this, though, is, and I know you're maybe not suggesting this, but the goal is not to index and catalog all of them in this particular moment, but to instead put out for the first time from a space like this a statement about what are best practices. I think later the FCC will be coming out with more detailed information about this, as Karen mentioned earlier in the meeting. And so you could kind of think of this as maybe a preview to that. But the goal here is really to get to the systemic root of the problem, which you did address, which is including this thinking and these practices in the laboratory where the technology is cooked up. So this isn't meant to preclude those things, but to start opening the door to those things.
Thank you, Abe. I will recognize you after I give Elaine a chance to respond also.
Hi, this is Elaine Gardner. Thanks to Abe and Christian. You're right. The more detailed suggestions and discussion will probably be found in the white paper that the chairman will be releasing probably October 6th. In that white paper we have a lot of ideas that research and that consumers have come up with, also things that came out of the summit. As far as suggestions, we also included in there are discussions of how best to work with the community, how manufacturers and service providers might be able to use community members as testers, or how else that they can work with the community. So I think that will have a more granular approach than these best practices.
I recognize Lisa Hamlin.
This is Lisa Hamlin, Hearing Loss Association of America. I'm just having a little trouble with where appropriate. It's really vague. I don't know what that means in each situation. And what did you guys discuss making that a little tighter, talking about, in what situation is it appropriate? In what situation is it not? I mean, it kind of follows up what Christian was saying. There are things to be done, and I get you're going to work on it more, but it just feels so broad that I'm having a little trouble with it.
Yeah. So this came up too in the group, and I think the group's opinion was that if we want to open up this conversation in a way that industry can kind of come in to it confidently, then they need to, it would help for them to feel like they have some flexibility in determining where appropriate, and that we're not overly prescribing what the granular kind of answers are to where appropriate at this point.
This is Lisa again, but it would be helpful even to me. I mean, reading this cold, it feels like, even if you said, for example, rather than prescribing it, you could give examples of where it could be appropriate.
Mm-hmm. So I think, and I don't want to speak on the FCC's behalf, but I think that when the white paper comes out, that's where we'll see more of that prescription.
This is Karen. I just want to make clear that this language was a consensus document. So it's not language that the FCC has put together, but rather language that the consensus group put together. And it's a start. I don't know whether Matt or anybody else wants to add any additional comments, or any of the other stakeholders.
Matt Gersa, CTIA. Yeah, thanks for the question. I mean, we were pleased to work, with all of the stakeholders in this group on starting to look at this important issue for the DAC for the first time. I think, as you've heard, this is an issue that the industry's been looking at for a while. Sure, there are some questions about the scope of this issue and how to best tackle it, and that's why I think Abe's talking about flexibility that I think everybody needs, because one particular feature or function might work for one area of a cognitive disability issue, but because of the spectrum of issues that are out there that have yet to be fully categorized, cataloged, or even identified, it's challenging to really find, put your finger on this one thing is going to be the thing that's going to resolve the issue. So it's important to have flexibility here. But I think what this document really does that's most important, as Abe recognized, was, recognizing that there's a lot of work being done on this issue already, while, also encouraging those who might be looking at this for the first time or not really even knowing where to dive in because it's such a broad issue, of some best practices and ideas that would at least start them on a path towards taking further steps.
So this is Lisa again. So I guess my question really is, do you think that industry would find this helpful to read? Because it's really broad and I don't know what it means. So would somebody coming from industry say, okay, this is a first step. This is at least, I know that we should be looking at issues related to people with cognitive disabilities, even though this doesn't really give me much to work with.
This is Julie Carney from the Consumer Technology Association. Again, we are pleased to work on this. This is new territory in terms of having the FCC involved with cognitive disabilities. So I think with many of our members, they're still working with compliance for the CVAA. And this is a new area. Now, it's not a new issue, obviously, but there are products and services that weren't necessarily designed for people with cognitive disabilities, but they have applications. Well, it turns out, wow, this really does work for someone with a cognitive disability. So we're learning as we go, and I think what they need is the awareness that there, of course, is the community. Are we designing specifically for that community, or is there an incidental design? Well, it turns out this is great. We can continue as we evolve with our products to incorporate this design in. So the where appropriate is more, as Matt said, to provide for some flexibility, to provide for further ingenuity without scaring industry into, there's going to be a new regulatory framework that may lock us in. So this is a starting point for us to work with our members to ensure that cognitive disabilities are part of their toolbox, and this is more comfortable for us as we begin. I think the language will continue to be refined over time, but to get everyone on board, this was the most comfortable place for us. And we're pretty pleased that we made it this far. Thank you. Thanks.
This is Claude. Ron?
This is Ron, people speaking. And I can understand where Lisa is coming from. And I've worked on something like this before, and I don't know whether bad practices as a standard even exists. I mean, there's not much enforcement behind bad practices. It's a voluntary thing. Are there bad practices for interpreters, for relay, and so forth? So bad practices doesn't really seem to be what we're here to develop. I like the idea of actionable recommendations. And so that may be the first step to come up with bad practices. Then we'll come up with some actionable recommendations. But bad practices, it's a beautiful term, but it really doesn't have much impact.
This is Claude. Does anybody? Karen.
I want to go back to what Julie and Matt were saying, and Abe. What we're trying to do here is break new ground. This is not an area that the Commission previously has focused on. It's an area that we want the industry to be looking at, and this is a start. I want to emphasize that over and over again. We talked about how to approach this. Originally, we talked about a pledge. This is instead of a pledge. It actually goes, in my opinion, a little bit further in terms of the guidance that it offers. And yes, the words where appropriate are there, but it's basically a signal to industry that there's a need for action, that there's a need for awareness. So it may not be as far as you want it to go. Again, it's not a regulation. As you pointed out, as Ron just pointed out, it's not a requirement. It is it's just a recommendation that stakeholders, industry stakeholders, take on certain practices to address the needs of this population. Again, our white paper is going to be going into more depth. It too will not be mandatory. It too is just going to offer guidance, and it may not be as comprehensive as it needs to be because it's a start. This is the beginning of an ongoing effort that will try to bring attention to the needs of this population to the same extent that this commission has been working on the needs and addressing the needs of other populations. For example, people who are blind, visually impaired, deaf, hard of hearing, deaf-blind, etc., speech disabled. We've looked at those populations before. We've been writing to those populations. We have never done that with this, and we're not, at this point, preparing any regulatory changes. We think that, frankly, our rules cover this population, and so this is just by way of guidance. There's still an underlying obligation, and I think that's important to remember. We're not addressing it in here, but that obligation exists in our Section 255 rules and in our Section 716 rules. It says you have to have, for example, input and output functions that meet the needs of these populations. So we're not changing that. That is an ongoing obligation. This is just saying, hey guys, focus on this. You already have the obligation. Here's some ways that you can comply. And the white paper will cover those legal obligations which already exist. Again, we're not establishing any new law. It will just have a section that reports on those obligations. So what we're looking for here is really just an acknowledgement that this is something that the industry has to look at, and here's some ways to do it. So that may give you a greater comfort level.
This is Claude.
Got it.
Sonny?
Al from DSA, Deaf Seniors of America. Seniors, as in, we're talking about senior citizens who have cognitive issues. You know, I look around the table and there is nobody here from AARP. Is it possible to include a representative from AARP on this issue? Because I do think that this is a growing issue among the senior population, senior citizens.
So I'm just waiting for the... Okay, so you are totally right. I think that there is a missing part here. Actually, just last night, I talked to somebody from AARP about exactly what you're saying, not necessarily with respect to this document, but with respect to becoming more involved in these issues. As you will see in the white paper, there is mention of the fact that it is common for older Americans to have loss of vision, hearing, cognition, for example, and there has not been as much involvement as I think would be nice and helpful from that community. So, you know, just to reiterate that we're forming a new iteration of this committee, and we welcome applications from others because you're already representing part of the senior citizen community, but it would be nice to have other groups representing that community at the table for this and other projects.
This is Claude. Anybody else have something to discuss regarding the cognitive disabilities working group recommendations? Questions and comments have been made, and I need to ask you one more time. Do I hear a motion to accept to respond to the working group's recommendations? Moved by Matt? Is there a second? Julie, seconded. Is there any further discussion on this motion? Did I see a hand? Seeing none, we call the question, and we will begin with Julie.
Julie Carney from CTA, approved.
Matt Gerst with CTIA, yes.
Abe Raffy from the ARC, yes.
National Association of Broadcasters, yes.
Tafat Tupola, AUCD, yes.
Hannah Thompson, yes.
Brian Unashko, HKNC, yes.
Jocelyn Hunter, Columbia Lighthouse for the Blind, yes.
Tom Ledkowski, Comcast, yes.
Everett Bacon, National Federation of the Blind, yes.
Lisa Hamlin, Hearing Loss Association of America, yes.
Blind People Consumer, yes.
DSA, yes. Christian Vogler, Gallaudet University, yes. Zainab Al-Kebsi, National Association of the Deaf, yes.
Jamie Taylor, Deafblind Citizens in Action, yes.
Brenda Kelly Fry, NASRA, yes.
Sabrina Fields, TEDPA, yes.
Diane Burstein and CTA, yes.
Lee Knife, DEMA, yes.
Marcia Brooks, Perkins School for the Blind, yes.
Linda Vanderloop, AT&T, yes.
Mark Fletcher with Avaya, yes.
Ian Dillner with Verizon, yes.
Tim Creighton, the Access Board, abstains.
Mohammed Yusuf, USDOT, abstains.
Sam Yale, SSB BART Group, yes.
Tony Dunn, West Safety Services, yes.
Frank Lucia, Georgia Tech, RERC, yes.
Jim Tobias, Inclusive Technologies, yes.
Claude Stout, representing TDI, we say yes. So, motion carries. Thank you all for your time in discussing the motion and for the vote. And Abe, thank you for you and your team for the report. We'd like to move on.
Just one thing. This is Karen. We noticed that there are a few people that are not here that were very instrumental in putting together this consensus. We will be reaching out to them for other reasons they couldn't make it here. I'm not sure about the rules of adding them to that vote, but they may also be expressing their support. Our next step for this document, just so that you know, is to put together a list of all of the all of your organizations that have endorsed it, and to add to that list. So if you know of other organizations that you may think they may want to sign on, please feel free to share this. It's a public document. We are hoping to get as many sign-ons as we can in the next few weeks.
This is Elaine Gardner. And especially those among you who are with trade associations, if you can get this to your members and ask them to lend their support, and they can sign on to this by just emailing me either at the dac@fcc.gov or just my email address, that would be great. Thank you.
Lisa?
Lisa Hamlin here. So when we ask people to sign on, what happens to I thought with our recommendations they usually just go up to the commission. So if people from outside, what do I tell them?
So This is Karen. So the way it's going to work is that the DAC recommendation, you're correct, will go to the full commission. But this is a document that has its own life in addition to the DAC. So this is a best practices consensus document by industry and consumer stakeholders, and we want it to be a living document. We don't want it to just stop at the commission in the next few weeks. We want it to be an ongoing document. What this means is that we're inviting entities beyond the DAC to sign on. And so, for example, individuals or organizations that are watching this meeting on our web streaming service may want to contact Elaine and say, we support the principles set forth in the best practice. We would like to add our name. So we're opening it up. Matt has a question.
Matt?
Hi there. Just adding on to what Lisa's question is, having worked on the working group, I'm not sure we were aware that there was going to be a sign-on portion to this. I think it was assumed that this was going to be a DAC recommendation, so perhaps we could have a discussion among the working group about that. Thank you.
We'd be happy to.
Mrs. Claude? Next item on our agenda is the Video Programming Subcommittee report. We are pleased to have Lisa and Tom both here to give that report.
This is Lisa Hamlin here. Having spent a lot of time on the last committee report, I can make this one very short. We have two working groups on the Video Programming Committee. One works on captioning issues and one works on video description. They have been busy, but they have not provided, either one have provided a recommendation for your consideration this time around. We will be meeting afterwards, so people who are on the committee, please stay after the full DAC. We will meet again there face-to-face, and we will have access to a phone line. So if you need that, I think you could contact Elaine if you want to know the phone number. If you haven't already seen it, we can get that to you. Did you have anything, any other member of the committee feel that they want to add anything? Or Tom, would you like to add anything? I'm good. Okay, so I think we're good, yes.
No, I'm waiting for audio. Okay. This is Karen. I know that you have a list of possible items for discussion. Are you at liberty to share that with the group in case some members may want to participate once they see what's on the list?
They're mostly video description. I'm going to turn it over to Tom.
No, but what if they're...
Let's see. So the list is for both. For video description, it's looking at a centralized list of video description listings. This is something that we've been working on. Both NAB and NCTA and others have worked and reached out to the data providers, Rovi, Gracenote, others. And this is something that we'll talk about this afternoon and continue to get some ideas. This is something we started way back early on in the DAC, and it will come up again. The list that we received from some staff at the FCC also had on it things about quality, best practices for description. We haven't discussed that as a group yet, so that will be one. On the captioning side, there was an issue regarding access to captions and description for people who are deafblind. So that would mean some sort of untethering of captions from the traditional delivery model. And so I think the goal of today's meeting, the video subcommittee meeting after the DAC, will be to talk about some of these issues or items that are on the list for proposed recommendation, and figure out, where we are as a group and which ones we believe we'll be able to move on in time for the December meeting.
This is Claude. Has everyone completed their comments? Okay, Susie then? I would like to add that I hope that Josh from NAB will be able to sign on to the petition that was just filed related to the video programming subcommittee's work.
Clarification.
It was from the NAB to extend the waiver.
Okay. Can you repeat again?
Thank you both for your report. I wanted to say what I was going to ask is I'm hoping that Josh, who's co-chair of the working group for video description, if you perhaps could share with the full DAC the recent petition that was filed on behalf of the NAB, ACB, and NFB?
NFB did not sign on to that petition. NAB did, I believe, but not NFB.
And AFB? I did not say NFB. I'm sorry. That was interpreter error.
The video.
Yes, Josh, please. Yes. The chair recognizes Josh.
Thank you. The video description working group has not yet had the opportunity to discuss the petition that was, or waiver request that was filed by NAB and several consumer groups. I think that will be our highest priority on this afternoon's meeting, and something that we hope to address prior to the December meeting. And as Tom mentioned, the other priority will be the centralized video description programming listings and data quality, in that making sure that those listings are correct or as close to correct as they can get. So those are the priorities that we hope to address, and we hope to get the group together and move forward on that. I was very heartened to see the broad spectrum of people who were involved in that waiver request, and I hope that we can move forward as the working group based upon that already solid start and work to see what we can figure out.
Okay, this is Claude. Are there any other people who would like to participate, add their thoughts, have questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, Lisa, thank you. And Tom, thank you for your report. Next on the agenda, actually, I believe we are a bit ahead of schedule, so that is good. Next on the agenda is the Emergency Communications Subcommittee report. We have Tony Dunn, who will give the report. Unfortunately, Richard Ray was not able to attend the meeting today due to some medical issues. So, Tony?
Thank you, Claude. The Emergency Communications Subcommittee of the DAC is tasked with identifying issues or gaps and making recommendations as it pertains to emergency communications. Our subcommittee is co-chaired by Richard Ray and myself, and as Claude said, he was unable to attend today. We are also facilitated by FCC staff Cheryl King and Susie Rosen Singleton. So we appreciate the opportunity to provide this brief report. We do not have any formal recommendations at this time. The ECC, as we call ourselves, was pleased to work with the Relay and Equipment Distribution Subcommittee concerning 911 training for VRS CAs, and had the opportunity to provide feedback to their recommendations that will be presented later today. Our subcommittee has also previously provided recommendations related to WIA, and it's important to note that we continue to hear concerns that there are areas such as American Samoa, that are isolated and do not have access to the voluntary emergency alerts such as WIA. And they are not participating in the IPAWS program. So it's exciting that we're going to have a test coming up soon. We will have to continue our discussions to determine if there's any further recommendations from our group to this topic. In Richard's absence, he asked me to share some information regarding the recent development of teletypewriter for the deaf, TTYs, for mobile devices such as the iPhone 5 or later, iPad 2 or later, iPad Mini 2 or later, and iPad Pro range. He provided a link I'm going to read to you that gives more information regarding this. It is http:// illustrator.allus.com/archives/2230. So this is an article about the new program that's become available. But
Send us the link and we'll send it to everybody.
and the link will be forwarded to the FCC so that they can send it out to everyone. Apple's new operating system, iOS 10.0.1, was released last week and now includes built-in TTY functionality. Naturally, Richard conducted test calls to the City of Los Angeles 311 non-emergency government service and to the LAPD 911 emergency services using the new iOS TTY feature. The telecommunicators handled and processed the TTY calls efficiently, and it may be expected that the usage of this form of TTY may increase with regards to contacting 911 services at this time. Until the recent development of the built-in TTY system in smartphones, an issue has been the inability to call and access N11 via a third-party relay service such as TRS, video relay service, or IP relay service utilizing three-digit code, short code numbers. For example, the relay service centers are located outside the service proximity and are unable to call into the caller's local N11 center to bridge the communication between municipal residents who are deaf and hard of hearing utilizing relay services and customer service representatives. The 311 non-emergency municipal service number is reserved and restricted for local residents in the specific area codes. Currently, there is no national database to store 10-digit numbers for all of the N11 services in the United States. The effective way to call into a 311 service center via relay service is to use the 10-digit numbering system, which is not easy to remember. The iOS update for mobile products offer two options for calling 911: direct TTY or traditional TTY relay services for calling using the iOS into the 911 system. In addition, the TTY in the iOS update, this may also impact 911 call processing. Telecommunicators will need to remember that, as a general rule, anytime they receive a silent call, it must be interrogated as a potential TTY call. And now it will become a wireless silent call. iOS TTY does not send TTY tones to activate the TTY equipment at the 911 center. The new iOS TTY does not provide VCO, which is voice carryover, to allow the caller who is deaf to speak, and to HCO, hearing carryover, to allow the person who can hear but cannot speak to type back to the other end user. Therefore, with the iOS TTY system, it doesn't allow for VCO or HCO while communicating with 911 telecommunicators. It also appears that the iOS TTY call, when it's completed, the iOS reverts back to the voice mode by default. It does not allow the TTY to be set as the default. So this may be problematic should the telecommunicator need to make a callback to the caller. The TTY caller may set up TTY differently to a 911 PSAP in the time division multiplexing legacy world. Some people would use a coupler that allows the telecommunicator to hear background noise. However, if the TTY is directly connected to the telephone line, the telecommunicator will not hear the background noise. It's believed that the current iOS TTY is similar to a direct connect TTY, and background noise cannot be heard when using the iOS TTY. Richard mentioned that he's still in the exploration stages of this new iOS version, and information will be shared. He said that he's already shared this information with Addis, the IMS EZINet team, and will continue to do some research. Our committee will also continue to identify issues that may be addressed in the future, and we welcome any suggestions you may have for our consideration. So this concludes our report, and I would like to also ask if there are any committee members that would like to add any comments to this at this time.
The chair recognizes Matthew.
Hi, Matt Gersa, CTIA, a member of the Emergency Communications Subcommittee. Tony, thanks for the report. Was this topic discussed by the Emergency Communications Subcommittee as possibly being raised at the DAC meeting?
It just, actually, he just did this last week, this testing of the system, and so this is new information for all of us.
Understood. So could we characterize it as the opinion of Richard Ray and not necessarily the Emergency Communications Subcommittee?
Yes, that was his report for us.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, and Dr. Vogler. Dr. Vogler.
This is Christian Vogler from Gallaudet University. Although I'm not a member of this subcommittee, I can confirm some of what was said in this report. In terms of testing within a group that I'm working in, we've seen similar issues. Apple does know that there are issues with the iOS. However, I don't know what their plan is at this time, and I don't know what your expectations are. I can't speak for them, obviously, but there are issues.
Dr. Vogler, thank you. And now Lisa.
This is Lisa Hamlin, Hearing Loss Association. I just wanted to request if we could get that in written form, because it went by pretty fast for me, so I'm hoping I could actually read what the report said.
Okay. I also see that Brian has a question. So the chair recognizes Brian. You have the floor.
Thank you. So the Apple News about the TTY being a built-in function has many deafblind people thrilled. It's certainly a need of the deafblind community, having access to a TTY in a mobile way. I've seen a lot of questions, and maybe it requires some kind of education to consumers in terms of how to use it. I believe, in fact, that there is a network. If you call the network, it's not a data call, but it is a voice call. So many deafblind individuals are paying for minutes unnecessarily, perhaps. So there are questions about what platform it's running on, and then there are features that can be used that you would use in a cell phone that you don't use when you're using it in a TTY call. So, and the third issue that I have heard about is, in many states, there are fewer programs for landlines, and so it's considered it takes longer than a voice call because of the TTY issues. So it's an open question as to what we can expect. Will we be spending less time on the network calls?
Okay. Okay, and Tony, did you want to respond to any of the comments?
I'm making notes.
Okay, and thank you, Tony. Mark Fleischer with Avaya. The chair recognizes you.
Thanks very much. I think it's very positive that we're adding this kind of technology or making use of it in a smartphone device. But I want to caution a couple of things that I heard in that report that were a little disturbing. And one was that although a successful TTY session can be established, the fact that there are no TTY tones generated, to me, means that if there's no device at the far end expecting that call and answering with those tones, this is not going to kick into TTY mode, which means a call to any service, whether they've got a TTY sitting there on standby, it's not going to indicate that TTY needs to be used. So while the comment back that on a no-answer call, it's becoming policy more and more to query the silent call to see if it's a TTY, that adds additional delay, it adds additional confusion. We're relying, again, on the human factor, and humans fail, unfortunately. I know, I'm one of them. The other part of this I'm also concerned about is that I don't want to incite any false hope that extends a technology that we're really trying to sunset, because TTY is effective 10 years ago. Everything has changed today, and we put smart devices in the hands of users, and we're building intelligent IP-enabled emergency services networks. Let's concentrate on making use of those and fixing tomorrow's problem instead of band-aiding yesterday's inability.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, Dr. Vogler.
Christian Vogler here of Gallaudet University. I absolutely agree with what was just said, 100%. I would also like to contribute an additional question. I would encourage someone to test so that everyone is aware that with the iPhone 7, Apple has actually removed the audio jack. So one potential assumption, speculation. Again, I'm not speaking for Apple. Obviously, the issue is present. But if Apple is going to include TTY in the iPhone 7 needs to be compatible with the FCC's requirements. I don't know if that's resolved at this time, but I would encourage someone, if time allows, to test that, particularly related to the iPhone 7. In addition, Apple has adapted an adapter for the audio jack for the iPhone 7 to go into the power port. And that should be tested as well to identify whether or not it's effective.
Karen.
So as a research institute, we were wondering if you would be the entity to do the testing.
It is quite a challenge to find mobile compatibility with TTY. At Gallaudet University right now, we are attempting to find a solution. My apologies. I'll repeat my comment again when the camera's on me.
Yes, the camera on Dr. Vogler, please. There we go.
Christian Vogler speaking again. I apologize to those of you who weren't able to see my comments. in terms of investigating that option, it is quite a challenge to find mobile TTY that's compatible. Gallaudet University is looking into that to see if there is an option, something that works. We do have one that works, and we are in the process of testing it as we speak.
Okay. Sunny.
Al, from Deaf Seniors of America, I'd like to respond to Mark's comment. All 911 operators are trained to treat TTY calls when they receive a silent call. They're trained to identify those as or potentially test if they're TTY. So if there is no tone that identifies to the operators that it is a TTY call, if it's a silent call, what will the protocol be? They do have a procedure in place, so that shouldn't be an issue. Perhaps there could be an incentive for future technology in terms of text to 911 capability, but as a senior citizen myself, I do worry about our current day. We don't have text to TTY capability, and my understanding is that it's only 15% effective. So as a senior citizen, I'm very concerned about what we have for coverage today. If I were to need to contact 911, how would I do so? So if we do have wireless TTY access and capability to contact 911, we need it now. So all 911 centers do have TTY capability. So for senior citizens, that is a current solution. We don't want to see a suspension of wireless TTY access for 911 operators. We don't have time to wait for tomorrow. Some of us don't have tomorrow.
Okay. Anyone else like to comment on this? I see, I'm being told that Tafa has a comment. I may have mispronounced that. I apologize. And the chair recognizes you.
Tafa, AUCD, also speaking on behalf of American Samoa and the Pacific Territories, that includes Guam and Northern Mariana Islands. I do know there was an announcement earlier regarding alert system that will take place soon. In referencing the WIA, I wanted to emphasize that when there is a WIA alert test taking place, that the Pacific Territories will not access this test. The American Samoa, Guam, and Northern Marianas currently are not participating in the WIA alerts. And this is very important to recognize and acknowledge within the DAC. In regards to people with disabilities, we are not given the opportunity to participate in this type of exercise in preparing our disability community on how to react regarding WIA alerts. Thank you.
This is Claude. Thank you. First, I would like to go to Mark, and then Elliot, and then Matt. So, Mark.
Thank you. Just a quick response to Al. I completely agree with you. We need to fix TTY access into the PSAPs. But I think it's a bit of a misnomer to believe that every silent call is queried for TTY. I would say very few are actually queried. We never hear it. We never hear about it. If PSAP operators were querying every single silent call, it would be an operational load on them that we don't hear about on a daily basis. And hang-up calls are rampant in centers. So while it may be policy, I think it's a false ray of hope, thinking that policy is actually reality. And I don't believe that it happens unless somebody can show me some statistical data from the PSAPs that say, yes, we do this every single call. And I wouldn't believe that. I agree it should happen, but I don't believe that it is. So just fair warning on that.
Thank you, Mark. Elliot?
Elliot Greenwald, Disability Rights Office. I'd just like to start by saying this has been a very productive discussion. A few of us on the FCC staff are concerned about the issues that have been raised in this discussion. But I have a specific question, not something to be answered today, but something to be thought about, which is, does the elimination of the audio jack from the iPhone 7 mean that the iPhone 7 is not compatible with devices used by people with disabilities? Because that would be inconsistent with our rules.
Okay. I promised Matt would be next, and after Matt, we'll go to Lisa and then Dr. Vogler. Matt?
Thanks. Matt Gerst with CTIA. So I thought I'd just take a couple minutes here to talk a little bit about the current state of 911 over wireless and its relationship to TTY and text 911 to be responsive to Al. Because we've been discussing in this room literally for probably the last 6 years this exact issue. We've been talking about, since the days of the Emergency Access Advisory Committee, how much usage there actually is of wireless TTY that is available in all wireless handsets and all wireless carriers support today, and whether consumers are actually using that. And the EAC evaluated that and determined that there wasn't really much evidence to demonstrate that there was actually usage of this. And for that reason, the EAC recommended we needed to find a direct communications pathway for deaf, hard of hearing, and speech impaired consumers, and recommended text to 911 as the way to do that. And so subsequent to that, the FCC actually had a proceeding where they adopted rules that required all of the wireless carriers to support text to 911 in order to resolve that issue. So you had some duplicative support between wireless TTY or text to 911. But that was premised on the ability of the public safety answering points to actually receive the text. It's up to the PSAPs whether they want to receive text to 911. And so while all of the wireless carriers have been supporting text to 911 for over 2 years now, Al, to your point, we've recently heard that I think about PSAPs covering 20% of the population have actually chosen to receive text to 911. And so for that reason, now the FCC is looking at real-time text as a possible solution to migrate beyond TTY to give even greater capabilities and to look at that solution as 911. So I don't, that proceeding is ongoing. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered. Many companies have already made commitments to moving to RTT as a solution for TTY. And all of these things should be applauded, because I don't want people to be left with the impression that there's a lack of ability to communicate with 911. There certainly is through wireless for people who are deaf or hard of hearing, and there's more efforts that are being made to address this issue. But in terms of wireless TTY support, I think we all need to recognize what Mark was saying, that it is limited. We need to move beyond it, and we need to consider other technologies that actually provide greater solutions for the community we're trying to serve. Thanks.
Lisa? And then Dr. Vogler.
Lisa Hamlin, Hearing Loss Association. Just to go back to the Apple question and the lack of jacks. We actually, when an Apple came out with no jacks, people who have hearing loss who use the jack with a neck loop or other device so they can get direct connect into the phone, I received a lot of calls on that, a lot of email, a lot of concern. I called Apple, actually I emailed them. I don't call a lot, so I emailed them, and they swear on a stack of Bibles that they have tested this for use with a neck loop. But I would certainly appreciate an outside organization taking a look at it. I'd also like to know whether the whole wireless industry is following Apple or Apple's doing its own thing, but maybe we can discuss that offline at some point, because it really does. The other thing I received was information from one of my consumers. Now, this is just one, so I haven't pushed it, but he can't use the Apple 7 with his telecoil. So if you can't use it with a telecoil, you might use a jack to get into it, and if you can't use that, then your lack of calling ability at all, or inability to certainly get to 911 if you can't hear on the phone. So it's issues that are just bubbling right now. I haven't brought them up before because, again, this is really early, but it's something I actually would like to see Gallaudet or some other researchers look at, see how this impacts the use of the phone.
Dr. Vogler?
Christian Vogler from Gallaudet University. First of all, a question for Lisa. If you're correct, if Apple is providing an adapter, sometimes it may not work. And then secondly, if we were to work together testing this equipment, we would need to know specifically which devices are having difficulty, because we would need to know specifically what equipment needs to be tested in order to proceed. And then thirdly, at the moment, there are some new things going on, and it's my personal and professional opinion that we be very cautious about breaking rules, and in terms of Apple breaking the rules, not having the accessible port, I'm not sure if that's the case, but I think it's something that we could look into, because certainly if it's something going on, that could be investigated, but we should be careful before we accuse them of breaking any rules.
I thought I saw Elliot. Did you already speak? Your placard is up. And seeing none. Oh, Karen.
So I think that this has been a really good discussion, and I want to make clear that there's no suggestion here that rules have been broken. I think that it's helpful to understand when new technologies are developed, how they have an interplay with assistive technologies. And I think, Lisa, you raise a really good point that, is this on the horizon for other companies? Is this the trend? It shows the importance of coordinating with the disability community as new technologies are rolled out, so that people aren't surprised and that they know what's coming, and they know how their personal equipment or assistive technologies are going to interact with those technologies. So I think we're going to kick it back to you guys. I know, Christian, you must feel that no good deed goes unpunished. But because of all your great work, maybe your research institute or maybe Georgia Institute for Technology or other entities, a Trace Center or others can explore some of these issues. But I do want to echo Matt's comments, and I appreciate your articulating it so clearly, Matt, that this is not something that the FCC has been ignoring, that, as Matt said, many discussions have occurred in this room about the evolution of the use of TTY as a form of text to other forms of text, including, as I mentioned, the real-time text proceeding. And also want to mention, remind you that we have granted waivers for IP forms of wireless services, and the reason with respect to accessing using TTYs with those services, including 911. And the reason that we did that was because of the very low incidence of TTY use over wireless services. At the same time, conditioning those waivers on alerts to consumers, notices to consumers about other alternatives, including relay services. And we do recognize that going through a relay is not the same thing as going directly. But it is our ultimate goal to reach that direct text communication again through a more modern means that's more interoperable, more reliable, more dependable, and more direct. And I say direct because it would be full duplex mode instead of half duplex mode, which takes turns, with PSAPs, with 911 centers. So it's something that we're grappling with literally on a daily basis. But we are of the opinion, and frankly, our record in the real-time text proceeding is in accordance with the opinion that it's necessary to move on to more advanced communication technologies in an internet-based protocol world.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
And thank you. I'll allow one more. Sunny?
This is Al. I just want to clarify something. When we're talking about TTY access within the iPhone, the TTY connects through the audio jack. Therefore, we're connecting two separate devices, both the iPhone as well as the TTY device. So it's very cumbersome for consumers to use, and that's been the case for quite some time. No one carries a TTY with their iPhones in order to make 911 calls. So currently, with iOS 10, it's built in. So my prediction is the volume of TTY calls to 911 will be increasing tremendously. So I do think this is an incredibly serious issue.
This is Claude. Any other comments or discussion on this topic? Please let us thank Tony Dunn for the emergency communicate. Oh, I'll pause myself. This is such a hot issue. I will allow Brian to make a comment.
Al makes me think, in terms of deafblind consumers using TTY services, some individuals are able to connect their iPhones to a larger screen. So they are able to use that Lightning connection to make that accessible. There are also the headphone jack that was mentioned earlier. You can actually connect that through the Lightning port. So you can do both a monitor as well as headphones. So in terms of using, we don't want to give up those capabilities using TTY with the monitor as well as the headphones.
This is Claude. Thank you, Brian. Anybody else like to comment on this topic? Please let us thank. Mark.
Thanks. I'll be brief. Sonny brought up a point that I think is really relevant, and I want to make sure that everyone understands. With this becoming available in the amount of iPhones that are out there, and the deaf and hard of hearing community thinking they can make a TTY call without lugging the 20-pound box around. I completely agree with you, Al. I believe that the TTY usage will dramatically increase. And I'm concerned that the PSAPs today have no idea that this is going to happen. And something tragic is going to happen, and we're going to go, oops. I think we need to consider addressing that.
Karen?
Yeah, we're listening very carefully. And actually, I mean, Elliot and I have had some discussions before this meeting on this because we had the same concern. Now, there is an obligation for PSAPs to accept TTY calls, as we've talked about under Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act. So technically, they should not have been putting them in corners. I sort of agree with you that it's very unlikely that PSEPs are checking all silent calls, but they do have an obligation to accept TTY calls, and some of the PSEPs have chosen to implement text to 911 through a TTY feature. So we'll be talking to Tony and Nina and APCO and others. Well, actually, we have already scheduled some meetings with them on RTT. We can talk to them about this issue as well. Like I said, I mean, there wasn't a whole lot of notice about this. And, you know, I can't emphasize again enough. I know that companies don't want to release information about what they're about to roll out before they're rolling it out. But I think it's a good example, and maybe none of this will happen. Maybe we're, you know, anticipating a problem that won't exist. But this is why it's very important to have collaboration and coordination when something that could have significant consequences occurs. But we will be following up. We have to follow up. I mean, this could affect real-time text as well. I think.
This is Claude. I'll recognize Cheryl King, then Dr. Vogler.
Cheryl King here at FCC Disability Rights Office. I just want to remind us that Richard Ray is the co-chair of the NENA Accessibility Committee, and he's the one who's raised this issue to us. And I think that with Richard Ray and his other co-chair, Donna Platt, working through the Accessibility Committee at NENA, that we can look at what we can do to support this issue.
Thank you, Cheryl. Dr. Vogler.
Kristen Vogler, Gallaudet University. I'd like to add two things. Firstly, I am a bit skeptical that 911 calls will increase through TTY because you are required to use the voice plan to make those calls. Deaf and hard of hearing individuals don't have voice plans on their cell phones. If it was potential to make those calls using data only, that would be another story, but making phone calls at 40 cents a minute is prohibitive for many people, particularly those without voice plans on their phone. So I'm not sure about the potential to use data for that purpose. It is possible to have voice calls only for emergency calls, but that brings the concern to mind that if that were possible, I'm sure that would be a solution. I'm not sure that works, however. So I'm very happy that you addressed this. I'm happy that the NENA addressed this. In terms Fairfax County, I actually did a presentation for emergency services there, and we did text 911 in that location. And I did a presentation, and I explained why text to 911 is so critical. And the equipment that we brought did work for those 911 calls. They have been. I showed the statistics that had been documented based on those 911 calls. Altogether, they've received more than 800,000 calls, most of them from wireless. Out of those 800,000 calls, 40,000 of those calls were silent calls, and they followed the silent call procedure. Out of the 40,000 calls that were silent calls, not one of them was a TTY call.
Okay. Got it.
Sunny?
Al from DSA, responding to something that Christian just said. I agree with you that deaf people are using data plans primarily, not voice plans. However, I believe that even though I have a data plan only, I am able to use the voice capability to call 911. So I believe that every phone has that built-in capability, whether or not the subscriber is paying for voice plans. I agree, that is true, Christian said.
This is Claude.
Okay.
Thank you, Tony. for the Emergency Communications Subcommittee report. Thank you. We will now proceed with lunch. It is ready in our regular room, so please enjoy yourselves and be back here at 1 o'clock. Correct. Lunch is now. And reconvene at 1 o'clock.
That's okay. We'll probably.
Okay. All right, if I could get everyone's attention, please. Please, let's get back to our seats and prepare to start the afternoon session of the meeting. All right, everyone. If I could have everyone's attention, we are going to start the meeting again. So, everyone, if they could get settled, we are going to begin. We're going to proceed with our agenda and the Communications Subcommittee report. So, Mark Reichard is the chair of that subcommittee. Mark? Where is Mark? The microphone. Okay.
Does this have a magic button or something?
Hold on, Mark.
Good afternoon. Well, this is a lively bunch, you can tell. I apologize, Mark Reichert, American Foundation for the Blind. I apologize that I was not able to join you fine folk this morning. Those of you who are a mighty one-person army where you are responsible for special ed, healthcare, copyright, Medicare-related issues, and trying to keep your job, will appreciate that sometimes it's hard to be in multiple places at once. We succeed to that sometimes, but not this morning. Alas, but here I am to give my exhaustive Communications Committee report. Last time when we met, I indicated that we may be bringing back additional recommendations around health information technology. We did not do that. There were some sort of informal conversations by email in our group, but we did not move forward on any other recommendations. Not sure what our plan is moving forward. I will say that some of the things that we have initially talked about covering in our Communications Committee have been dealt with in other committees, which is good to see. Always glad to delegate stuff to other groups. So we shall see. But that is the extent of our report this time. Thank you.
Okay. Does any of our committee members have any questions for Mark or any questions? I see Karen is going for her mic, so Karen?
It's kind of like when you're at an auction and you raise your hand to go to the bathroom and then you have to speak. Not that that's ever happened to me, but okay. So the only thing I did want to add, thank you, Mark, is and I hesitate to say this because it's not final, and I'm going to emphasize that it is not final, but I wanted you to know that we have looked more closely at a recommendation that you made about a year ago, maybe actually a little more, on basically trying to search out the research gaps, if you recall. and figuring out the scope of research necessary to reduce gaps in existing and available research about communications, preferences, barriers, and information needs of people with disabilities. And I think that we may have a solution, and I will be getting back in touch with the subcommittee, but I'm hopeful that in the next few months that we may be pursuing at least some analysis of what research is out there and what additional research needs to be done. So I want to let you know that we're following up on that recommendation. Sure.
Okay.
Oh, and I also...
Go ahead, Karen. Go ahead.
This time I really was raising my hand. Okay.
I wasn't quick enough, obviously.
So I just wanted to just take a second to thank all of the volunteers at the commission that are helping with this committee. Sometimes a lot of the tasks involved in setting up these meetings are not part of your typical job responsibilities, like setting up lunch, answering emails, etc., incoming emails. So I just wanted to take a second to express our great appreciation for all of the staff, including Chantel Virgil, who's here now, Deandra Wilson, Salita Griffiths always is the most fantastic lunch planner, and did so again and takes care of all of our food needs. And various other people volunteer today as well for with respect to distributing lunch and making sure that everybody was happy and well fed, including Michael Scott, Sue Barr, Sharita Kennedy, Siobhan Morris, Judy Miller, Shaved Kanye, and Susan Kimmel. So thank you all for doing that.
Okay. Now, I'd like to move on to another subcommittee report. This time, it's our Relay Equipment Distribution Subcommittee. We will have Marcia Brooks, who will present the report, a number of recommendations to review with us, and then ask us to have a discussion and vote. So, Marcia, the floor is yours.
Marcia Brooks, Perkins School for the Blind. Thank you to the FCC staff and to the fellow DAC members. My co-chair on the Relay and Equipment Distribution Subcommittee, Angie Officer, couldn't be here today, but I know she's here in spirit, and we are making this report on behalf of Angie and the full subcommittee today. Just as a reminder, last May we began reviewing the MITRE TRS Center of Expertise work, and several of their priorities are reflected in our report today. And today we're very pleased, Angie and I, on behalf of the full subcommittee, that two of the Relay ED working groups, IPCTS and VRS Quality of Service, have recommendations for your consideration and hopeful approval today. The Technology Working Group, under David Bahar's leadership, is going to continue working on the following items: 10-digit number portability. We're also going to be looking at deaf-blind communication issues. Jamie Taylor of the DAC and Brian Unashko of the DAC, we're hoping will be key participants. We're also going to be looking at alternative and augmentative communication, AAC, technologies for individuals with speech disabilities, and this was another of MITRE COE's high priorities. Hannah Thompson and Rebecca Ledoux will be key participants. We are very hopeful that this work will culminate in more recommendations for the December DAC meeting. And Angie and I would like to invite any of you to let us know if these are areas that you would like to contribute your expertise to. So that is the report, and then I have two recommendations to read for you in my Boston accent. Are there any questions first before we go to the recommendations?
I don't see any, Marcia, so go ahead.
Do we need to move to bring these forward, or can I just start?
No. No, you need to present your recommendations, and then at that point, we will decide whether or not there's a motion on the floor, and then proceed with voting. So, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So I'd like to first thank Dixie Ziegler and the IPCTS Working Group for their excellent work on the first of the two recommendations that I will read. And this is for potential minimum standards to establish for IPCTS. Whereas the Disability Advisory Committee, the DAC, recognizes that as the number of consumers using IPCTS continues to grow, the need for additional minimum quality standards, or at least best practices, continues to grow. Whereas members of the Relay and Equipment Distribution Subcommittee have identified the following key areas in which additional research and study are needed to determine if potential minimum standards should be established for IPCTS. Now, therefore, it is recommended that the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, establish rules and standards for IPCTS quality of service through a proposed rulemaking proceeding. Recommended further that the FCC propose amendments to its current rules as needed to specifically address IPCTS quality of service. In doing so, the Relay and Equipment Distribution Subcommittee suggests the FCC consider the following. The current competitive marketplace allows customers to choose the IPCTS provider they wish to use. Service providers differentiate themselves in many ways. If a customer is dissatisfied with one IPCTS service, they can choose another. Marketplace pressures, in addition to rules, will continue to incent providers to deliver high-quality services. Therefore, the Relay and Equipment Distribution Subcommittee believes the FCC must strive to maintain a healthy marketplace that allows for multiple IPCTS competitors. Recommended further that the FCC consider adding a metric and measurement for verbatim accuracy for IPCTS. In doing so, the FCC should consider the following. Verbatim accuracy. To score verbatim and accuracy, the error rate may be expressed as a percentage and could be calculated by counting the number of major errors divided by the number of words and multiplied by 100%. The accuracy percentage could be calculated as 100% minus the error rate percentage. Missing words are counted as either major or minor errors. The FCC should consider categorizing errors as major errors, i.e., those errors that substantively change the meaning of the transcription, such as, I am not allergic to nuts, being changed to, I am allergic to nuts, versus minor error transcriptions, such as, I won the game last week, being changed to, I won the game last week. In the first instance, it's spelled W-O-N, won. In the second instance, O-N-E, won. You're still saying, I won the game last week. Major errors that are corrected by the CA in a timely manner and all minor errors would not be included in the error rate and thus would not be factored into the accuracy percentage. Additional definitions may be needed to categorize minor and major errors to ensure consistency in measurements. Some of the factors to consider in these definitions include the amount of time that passes before a correction is displayed, the accurate display of personal names. For example, if Jamie, J-A-M-I-E, is said, and Jimmy, J-I-M-M-Y, is displayed, this would count as an error if not corrected. However, if Jamie, J-A-M-I-E, is displayed as Jamie, J-A-Y-M-E-E, this would be acceptable if the person talking does not state how to spell the name. And also, incorrect homophones are minor errors. Verbatim accuracy cannot be measured in live calls without potentially violating the FCC's confidentiality rules. Therefore, a known script is needed to test for this metric. Also, due to a wide range of quality issues such as telephone audio, including static, distortion, inaudible or unintelligible conversation and background noises, various accents and regional dialects, a controlled environment works best to measure this standard and replicate the test with proper sampling, as captions cannot be created by a CA from an unintelligible or missing source. Consideration as to the type or level of vocabulary to be used for this testing may be needed. Use of industry standards, including but not limited to text developed to match a certain reading level, could be developed in consultation with commission staff and applied to ensure that appropriate test scripts are used. Test scripts should follow a natural telephone conversation. Increased complexity results in increased delay and lower accuracy. Likewise, simple scripts result in high accuracy and low delay. Additionally, speed of delivery during any testing of accuracy will have a similar impact on quality. An appropriate standard speed of delivery should be used in accuracy testing. Finally, just like the current rule, summarization should not be allowed under this standard. Recommended further that the FCC consider adding a metric and measurement for speed for IPCTS. In doing so, the FCC should consider the following. Speed, a measure of the number of words delivered in minute increments. One possible measurement may be the speed of transcription calculated as the number of words transcribed divided by the time needed to transcribe those words, measured in seconds, and multiplied by 60. Speed cannot be measured in live calls as it is not known how quickly the non-captioned telephone user will be speaking or how much time the non-captioned telephone user will be silent. Therefore, test scripts will be required to measure compliance with speed requirements. Recommended further that the FCC consider adding a metric and measurement for delay for IPCTS. In doing so, the FCC should consider the following. Delay, the time elapsed between hearing a voice on the captioned phone and the display of captions on the phone screen. Significant delay can cause the captioned text to be less useful to the consumer. There are several factors that cause delay, and additional information may be needed to set an appropriate measure. Delay can be measured, but it will be very difficult to set a standard or an average. In addition, because of the many uncontrolled variables as stated above, using a known script and establishing controlled conditions will be required for this measurement. Because verbatim is required, there is a natural tension between providing a fully verbatim conversation while at the same time minimizing delay. A CA works to produce accurate captions as quickly as possible. Delay is part of IPCTS because of the processing required to generate and deliver captions. Minimizing delay is important to users alongside accuracy and is part of delivering a service that is functionally equivalent. Using controlled conditions, the Relay and Equipment Distribution Subcommittee recommends that the FCC conduct a study to determine the amount of delay that is generally acceptable to the average IPCTS user, but which still provides a functionally equivalent experience for the consumer. Different standards may need to be established depending on the consumer needs. For example, individuals with hearing loss and low vision. Standards for testing providers under strictly controlled conditions may then be able to be set based on data from such a study. Recommended further that the FCC consider the frequency of testing used to determine compliance with the above. Provider self-testing as well as independent third-party testing may play a role in ensuring that high-quality captions are delivered to customers. It is also recommended that any scripts used by a third party performing testing would not be given or identified to relay providers. The Relay and Equipment Distribution Subcommittee recommends that at least monthly testing should be performed to determine compliance. Recommended further that the FCC clarify Section 64.604A1V of its rules. The 10 minutes that a CA is required to stay on a captioning call do not begin until the CA fully understands the person they will be captioning. Recommended further that the FCC solicit information from consumers and providers regarding how IPCTS may benefit from the introduction of high-definition wideband audio, real-time text, and other technological improvements over time. That is the first of our two recommendations. Did you want me to read the second one?
Let's give you a break so you can catch your breath. I suggest that we go ahead and have discussion. If we could get a motion on the floor first, or have a discussion on the first recommendation, and then you can present your second recommendation. Brenda?
I move that the DAC accept the recommendations of the Relay Equipment Distribution Subcommittee.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have a second? I see a second from Ron. So, do we have any discussion on the recommendation from Marcia's subcommittee? Matthew?
Hi, Matt Gersa, CTI. Thank you for this very detailed recommendation and for reading through it, Marcia. It was a lot. So I've got two questions, and I'm not offering any amendments to this, so I'm just asking generally what the discussion was in the subcommittee. The premise of this recommendation, where it talks about in the whereas clauses, addresses the need to identify key areas for additional research and study. It talks about potentially at least best practices on this, and then the recommendations get very detailed about, the FCC should look at new rules around this service and should look at these very specific areas. Can you talk a little bit about those two different approaches? One sort of focusing more on, well, this still needs further development and discussion, and another one saying, but you think the DAC should recommend the FCC actually move to a proceeding on that.
Great. This is Marcia. I'm going to ask Dixie to answer your questions, if that's okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
It's okay with me. I don't know.
Hello, Dixie Ziegler. Thank you for the questions, Matt. Yeah, we thought in places where we can get a bit more specific, and we did have good representation from lots of stakeholders, industry, and consumers, that we should try to lay out as detailed of a roadmap for the FCC to be able to move forward with setting standards, recognizing that there are a few places, and we really call that out in the delay section, that we might need some additional information in helping to determine how that calculation and how that particular standard gets set. So we tried to get a little bit more specific under each standard that we looked at to say, here's a place where we're going to need some additional research and study. Here are a few places where we can, that we think there's good information available that we might be able to move forward without the need for additional research and study. Overall, though, I would say that the more information we put to the table, bring to the table about how to set these standards, the better they'll be. So we wanted to recognize that, too, that there should be some input and a way for folks to voice into how we best go about setting standards.
So this is Matt, I guess just to clarify, so essentially from your perspective, from the committee's perspective, what this recommendation is saying is we think it's time for the FCC to sort of look at this in a more formal proceeding. However, we think that there's still issues that need to be studied and resolved before, there's actual hard rules put in place. Is that?
You're right. I think we're suggesting, if to talk in maybe FCC speak, that an NPRM is probably the place to start to put some of these concepts and ideas, and then to solicit the additional feedback and to determine if there's additional research that needs to be performed before the standards are set. So you're right. We're not saying let's go straight to rules, and we don't anticipate that would be the process anyway at this point in time. But yes, here's some things that you can at least get specific about inside an NPRM.
Okay. The second question that I had was, it's my understanding that any use of IP caption telephone service does draw from the federal TRS fund. So if that's the case, was there any discussion within the subcommittee about how the commission should look at the impact that this might have on the TRS fund itself?
So good questions. We did not go into great detail looking at the impact to the fund itself, but we are very much recognizing that as the service grows, that ensuring that we have the right quality standards, and as we included at the end of the recommendation, the right technology in place, we're certainly being mindful of the cost of the program.
What? I'd also like to respond to your second question, Matt. Ideally, the less errors there are during a conversation, the less that either party will ask the other to repeat themselves. Less errors, and theoretically means less time on the phone. And that's what consumer groups have asked for when it comes to VRS as well. But the commission can do some studies to verify that. I don't really see a problem with that.
Matt, also in response to your question about the federal fund that pays for IPCTS, most of the members on the subcommittee are aware that there are not really any standards, quality standards, for reimbursement of the minutes. And so right now, every minute that gets submitted to that fund is reimbursed. And we feel that perhaps by setting quality standards, we're setting a minimum bar in there so you do not get substandard performance.
Okay. Any questions or comments for the motion that's on the floor? Any additional comments or questions? I see none, so seeing none, I would like to close discussion and proceed with the vote if we see no objections. So it appears Matthew will be first. So Matt?
Matt Gerst with CTIA votes yes.
Abe Braffey from the ARC votes yes.
Josh Paila, NAB, votes yes.
Tafa Tupuola, AUCD, yes.
Hannah Thompson, yes.
Brian Unashko, HKNC, yes.
Jocelyn Hunter, Columbia Lighthouse for the Blind, yes.
Tom Litkowski, Comcast, yes.
Everett Bacon, National Federation of the Blind, yes.
Lisa Hamlin, Hearing Loss Association of America, yes.
One people, consumer, yes.
Al Sonnenstrahl from DSA, yes. Christian Vogler from Gallaudet University, yes. Zainab Al-Kebsi from National Association of the Deaf, yes.
Jamie Taylor, Deafblind Citizens in Action, yes.
Brenda Kelly Fry from NASRA votes yes.
Sabrina Fields from TEDPA votes yes.
Diane Burstein, NCTA, votes yes.
Lee Knight from Digital Media Association, yes.
Marcia Brooks, Perkins School for the Blind, yes.
Linda Vandeloop, AT&T, yes.
Mark Fletcher with Avaya votes yes.
Ian Dillner with Verizon votes yes.
Tim Cregan, Access Board. Access Board abstains.
Sam Yale, SSB Bart Group, yes.
Tony Dunn with West Safety Services votes yes.
Frank Lucia, Georgia Tech RERC, yes.
Mark Reichert, American Foundation for the Blind, yes.
Jim Tobias, Inclusive Technologies, yes.
Okay, and Claude Stout from TDI also votes yes. So clearly the motion passes unanimously. So I'd like to thank Marcia and their subcommittee. So, Marcia, the second recommendation, please.
I'm back. So our second recommendation is for 911 training for VRS CAs. I almost said CVAA there. This was one of MITRE COE's high priorities. I'd like to thank especially Lydia Reynolds, David Bahar, and the VRS Quality of Service Working Group for leading the 911 training for VRS CA's recommendations. And Tony had previously mentioned, I wanted to actually give a special thanks to Richard Ray, Tony Dunn, and the Emergency Communications Subcommittee for really being great partners with us. We just believe it's a real exemplary model of bringing the best of the expertise on DAC to bear. So thank you so much. So here we go. Recommendation number 2. Whereas the Disability Advisory Committee, the DAC, recognizes the importance of effective and accurate handling and processing of 911 emergency calls by Video Relay Service, VRS, Communications Assistance, CA, who relay such calls to Public Safety Answering Point, PSAP, telecommunicators at the appropriate PSAP. Whereas members of the Relay and Equipment Distribution Subcommittee recognize that accessing 911 through relay services is not functionally equivalent to accessing 911 directly. Whereas while direct access to 911 is preferred, relay services must be able to appropriately process calls to 911. Whereas members of the Relay and Equipment Distribution Subcommittee wish to ensure that VRS providers are capable of effectively and accurately relaying 911 emergency calls to PSAP telecommunicators at the appropriate PSAP. Whereas the Relay and Equipment Distribution Subcommittee and the Emergency Communications Subcommittee have jointly identified the need for consistent and comprehensive annual 911 training for all VRS CAs, including annual refresher courses for veteran CAs. Whereas members of the Relay and Equipment Distribution Subcommittee acknowledge the need for an implementation guide for minimum 911 training standards for VRS CAs. Whereas members of the Relay and Equipment Distribution Subcommittee recommend the establishment of best practices for training and handling of 911 calls by VRS CAs. Now, therefore, it is recommended that the Disability Rights Office, DRO, and the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau, CGB, take action to work with the Association of Public Safety Communications, APCO, and the National Emergency Number Association, NENA, to develop an implementation guide for mandatory minimum training standards for 911 call handling for all VRS CAs. Recommended further that the DRO and CGB support the development of best practices for 911 call handling and processing for VRS CAs, and recommended further that the FCC takes steps to ensure that annual 911 training is required for all VRS CAs, including a refresher course for veteran CAs.
Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion for that recommendation? Okay. Anyone want to make a motion? Oh, okay. I see.
This is Zainab. I move.
Zainab would like to move, and Brenda seconds that. So now let's open the floor for discussion based on this recommendation. And our representative from Avaya.
Oh, no, I was second.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Then, okay. I see that Sunny would like to say something. So, Sunny?
This is Al Sonnenstrahl from Deaf Seniors of America. Excellent paper, but I do have a few issues. It seems as though something is missing. There's nothing mentioned about NG911 and how those efforts will merge. So if there is a mobile communication line for multimedia communication and services, will this become permanent? I do support the paper. However, I feel as though it's a stopgap until the NG911 is implemented. So I want to make sure that this is a temporary measure. I'm good with what's written here. However, I'd like to add for direct access for 911 is preferred, rather.
I would like us to put some language in here about NG911 becoming viable, and therefore this is seen as a temporary stopgap. I'm not a skilled writer, but something where it's clearly leading us towards that NG911 environment. So using VRS until such time as MLS or NG911 is implemented fully.
Okay. Sunny, thank you. Marcia, do you have a response to his comments?
I'd like to ask Lydia if you'd like to respond. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Lydia Runnels with ZVRS. Indeed, we did, as a working group, discuss NG911 and chose, indeed, to focus specifically on the short term, understanding that NG911 is addressing some of these matters in the future, but this was for the short term for training for 911 for VRS.
Okay, thank you. And Sunny?
This is Al again. I just want to make it clear here that this is good for now, but not for a long-term solution.
Okay. David, could you come forward? You could stand there. That's fine.
Sorry, can't help you there. Am I on screen? Okay, great. Can everyone see me?
Maybe you could sit down because the captions are blocking your head on the screen.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Okay.
I'd like to respond to Al's comment. We specifically decided on the language of while direct service is preferred rather than the alternate language where we could say in proportion to, or until such time as access to NG911 becomes pervasive or until it becomes viable. We actually chose to go a different way because we wanted to give the impression that if you have direct access to 911, then therefore VRS CAs would not be needing to be trained, and that's actually not the impression we wanted to give. We wanted to give the impression that VRS CAs must be trained to handle and process 911 calls appropriately, regardless of what sort of technology is being used, and after such time as NG 911 becomes implemented.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Matt, did you want to say something?
Not on this topic, but I've got another question.
Okay, then let me go back to Al's point. David had made some comments, so do you have any follow-up comments to that, Al?
This is Al here. I'm sorry that I still do disagree. I think we need language in this piece related to NG 911. It needs to be present. It's really important to mention that currently.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Zainab, yes.
Zainab speaking for the National Association of the Deaf. And I have to, I absolutely understand where Al is coming from, but I sort of agree with David as well that regardless of what sort of process we're using when NG 911 becomes widely implemented, there are going to be people who want to call through VRS, and those interpreters need to be trained. And so we want, both platforms may be viable at some point in the future, and so it's not an interim measure until something else comes along. So I don't think that we need any language suggesting otherwise.
Okay, thank you, Zainab. All right. Any further comments or discussion on this topic? Any questions? Okay, Mark.
There we go. I agree. So with next generation 911, when we think about video relay agents today, we think about them sitting in a remote facility. But in the future, they very well may be part of the 911 center itself. They may be a specialized agent. They may be a dedicated agent. So in any case, they're a functional part of the communications path. And I think that's what this is addressing, the training of those individuals, not so much as to where they sit or the technology that is utilized to make them a part of this. So I agree with you, Al, but I think that the language is sufficient based on that.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Any other comments, questions, anything else? Seeing, Matt. Oh, I'm sorry, yes, Matt.
Sure, Matt Gerst with CTIA. So I guess on the premise that we voted on the last recommendation, that it would sort of be have a neutral impact, if anything, on the TRS fund, because, if you have better, as I understood the argument, that if you have better quality captioning services, you probably have a reduced, minutes of use, because you don't have those errors that you have to go back for, and that would potentially minimize the impact on the fund. Could it be assumed that if you have training here, it would have the same impact, meaning that it would reduce, sort of additional time needed to process a 911 call? So it would actually have a positive impact on the fund. Is that something that you all have considered? And on the flip side of that, is training something that is reimbursable out of the fund, or would be expected to be because of this recommendation?
Can anyone answer Claude here to respond. I believe you are correct. It could mean that you would see less use of the fund, but more importantly, it's a matter of life or death we're talking about. So if we save one life, then we've handled it correctly. Linda.
This is Lydia.
Lydia. Yes, Lydia.
Lydia. I know. Okay, this is Lydia. We did not specifically discuss the impact to the fund as a part of this recommendation. But as Claude has pointed out, indeed, we absolutely believe it's for the betterment of the call and will, provide better service for 911 calls.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I am not making the statement that training is not beneficial to the 911 purpose. I just want to understand what, the implications are of this type of a recommendation if we're voting for it.
Certainly. Okay, Al.
Al here. Again, I apologize for piping in again, but in terms of studying interpreters, sign language interpreters specifically, the University of Rochester, a number of years ago, found that the most stressful jobs for interpreters are in the VRS setting. Reason being, they're dealing with 911 calls. So training may address that, but in addition, if an interpreter can't stand the sight of blood, for example, that may be an issue. Also addressing the issue of cost. The TRS fund is an issue. It's $1.2 billion and growing. And the number of complaints, the contributors are complaining on how much is being spent. So is there enough to train all roughly 5,000 VRS interpreters in this environment who are handling only a few hundred 911 calls a month? It's not cost effective. At present, NG 911 is not accessible. So VRS is the only option for communicating at the present time. Going forward, when we have NG 911 implemented, PSAPs will cover the cost of training interpreters. They will be able to handle 911 calls, and interpreters will be in place who can handle the sight of blood, as an example. So I do support that we need a transitional plan from 911 to NG 911, but the fact, again, this is just for now, and it should be mentioned in the paper.
Okay, thank you, Al. Karen?
Okay, thank you. This is really, again, one of the benefits of having this committee. You're raising some really tough questions. And in fact, we teed up a little bit of this in a different manner in our, I believe it was the June 2013 proceeding on VRS reform. I believe it was that proceeding that we asked about whether or not we should separate out the emergency access function for VRS into regional or a national center, precisely because of what all of you have talked about, the need for extra special skills for handling emergency situations, the concern about stress on interpreters, etc. So we really appreciate having this information, having this recommendation, and we will be hopefully revisiting some of those issues in the next year, and along with several other relay-related issues. But it's very, very helpful to have this discussion. I just wanted to mention that there is still the possibility that is still an open question, how we will move, and this is one way of addressing the situation. That may be another way of addressing the situation. So we may be coming back to you for further input, but thank you so much.
Just in addition to the interpretation from Al's last comment, he said that in its current form he would not be able to support the recommendation. Okay, and now Claude is recognizing Matt.
So Matt Gerst with CTI. So piggybacking on what Karen was just talking about, I think that's helpful context that isn't currently included in the document of describing the fact that there's open proceeding out there on this issue. The Commission has presented different alternatives. So by voting for this, are we approaching it one way that has been suggested in the record, and there are other ways to do it. I'm a little unclear on that. Again, this is a very important issue. I'm not trying to minimize the impact. It's just that the way that it's being described now makes me think maybe this is one way that has been teed up in the record, and we might be missing some context here that this recommendation could be providing. Go ahead.
This is Claude. Elliot?
Yeah, I think we have to look at this as the various ways to address 911 call handling in VRS are not, the various alternative considerations are not all mutually exclusive. They often can work together. So, for example, if the Commission were to adopt the proposal to have all the 911 calls handled in specialized 911 call handling centers, those CAs would still need training, and they would need the type of training here. So, and which really is what Mark was saying in his comments, is that even if different ways were considered as to, so the two are not mutually exclusive, and the recommendation here does not preclude consideration of other things. I'd also like to sort of also get back to another one of Mark's comments, which is even with NG 911, there will still be a need for CAs handling 911 calls. The call flow may be a little different in the way it's structured. So, for example, there could, in NG 911, there could be a scenario that even though there's a direct video connection between the person with the emergency and the PSAP, there may not be someone who knows ASL at the PSAP, in which case a VRS call center would be conferenced in to assist with the handling of the call. I mean, there's all sorts of different scenarios where this may be happening. There will be more direct video, but there'll still be a need for CAs, and so no matter how the technology changes, there's still need for CAs, still need for training.
Okay. Karen will be next, and then after that, Dr. Vogler, and then after that, Zainab. So, Karen?
I just reread the recommendations, and I'm actually going to suggest something, and you're free to take it or leave it. But given that it sounds like you're right, I mean, there are perhaps competing considerations in a pending rulemaking. I think if you make a slight adjustment to the last recommendation, I think the first two are really just working with APCO and NINA to develop an implementation guide for mandatory minimum standards. I don't see that as inconsistent with anything that we've proposed, nor do I think the second one is inconsistent with any of the proposals that we've made, because it only supports the development of best practices for 911 call handling. It's the all, ALL, in the last recommendation that I think throws us off. And if you changed it from what it says now, which is that the FCC takes steps to ensure that annual 911 training is required for all VRS CAs, including a refresher course for veteran CAs, to the FCC takes steps to ensure that annual 911 training is required for VRS CAs handling 911 calls, including a refresher course, then it would capture whoever is handling 911 calls, whether that's all or just a subset. So I can't make that recommendation, but somebody else can. I've just told you what I was thinking.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you, Karen. Now, Dr. Vogler.
Christian Vogler, Gallaudet University speaking. Karen just said part of what I was going to say, actually. I was going to suggest that to summarize, I think we all agree on the spirit of this recommendation. There may be some disagreements just about the scope of it, and I think that is something that we actually could fix. So my question now is, if Al accepts Karen's recommendation, or non-suggestion or non-recommendation, if that could be part of the recommendation, could the whole DAC then make that change to this recommendation? How would that process work?
One of you can, what is called a friendly amendment to the recommendation. So we could vote on the friendly amendment, and then we could have the motion to revise and then vote on the revision. So anyone can suggest a friendly amendment as you wish. Next up is Joshua. And so Joshua.
There you go. Thank you. I'm not particularly familiar with this area, and I was wondering if maybe it makes more sense to send this back to the subcommittee and have it made more representative of what we've been talking about here, rather than have the whole DAC vote on it at this moment. And there may be a reason why not, but it seems like there's a lot of disagreement at this table, and for people who are not specialists in this area, it's hard to understand where that disagreement is coming from.
Okay. Now we will have Zainab go, and then Marcia, and I see that Tony also, actually, then I see also Tony would like to say something. So first Zainab.
Zainab here. I don't know that that's necessary. I agree with what Christian said. I don't think that the content is really in disagreement at all. It's just rather the scope. So, for example, I think Elliot captured it exactly, the issue that we're trying to explain earlier in this suggestion. There's so many scenarios that have to be taken into consideration in the future NG 911 implementation, or in the future of PSAPs or different kinds of centers. Even, like you said, there could be a day when there's direct video communication, and yet an interpreter would need to be ported in anyway. So I think that all of these possibility scenarios could be captured in the recommendation. They would still apply. I just think we maybe need to broaden the scope somewhat. But again, I think that the content, as it stands, is perfectly acceptable, but I do like the way Karen worded the suggestion. I think that might be the way to go.
Thank you, Zainab. Now, Marcia, and then Tony.
This is Marcia. I want to say that we really appreciate the suggestion from Karen. We can fully get behind that. I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that that's a change we're happy to make. And I did hear that the content in this is still helpful, so I'd like to think that, especially given that we're wrapping up our tenure on the DAC, that if there's content that's going to be helpful to everybody, to the Commission in our role to bring those things forward, that we'd be happy to make that change in the hopes that we could still bring the rest of it to bear. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Claude. So in an effort to move this forward, I would like to make that friendly amendment. And it would read, recommended further that the FCC take steps to ensure that annual 911 training is required for VRS CAs handling 911 calls, including a refresher course for veteran CAs.
This is Claude. Anyone second the friendly amendment? I see Ms. Vanderloop seconds that. Any discussion on the friendly amendment? Not the recommendation, but the friendly amendment only? Any comments or discussions on that? Seeing none, then we don't have to go around the table as we do with a normal recommendation. Let's vote by hand. All in favor, please raise their hand. I'm sorry, there was a reason. Okay, I've been reminded that there was a reason that we were going around the table, is for our blind members to know who's voting. So let's quickly go around the table. So say if you would like to vote in favor of the friendly amendment. So well, I'm getting clarification from people around the table that this vote, just to be very clear, is on the friendly amendment only, that there was an edit to the last sentence in the recommendation piece. This is not for the overall recommendation. Basically, it looked like it was removing the word all. I see some other discussion coming at me. I need to hold on just a moment. Tony, could I ask you to reread the language on your friendly amendment?
One more time. Okay. So the amendment, the friendly amendment reads, recommended further that the FCC take steps to ensure that annual 911 training is required for VRS CAs handling 911 calls, including a refresher course for veteran CAs.
Okay. So first, Sabrina.
Sorry, just a point of order, but if the friendly amendment's accepted by the author, we don't need to vote on it. We shouldn't need to vote on it. That's kind of the point of it being a friendly amendment.
Okay, right. I did. Thank you. That's a good point. Yes, thank you. Point taken. So then it's not a friendly amendment. It's just an amendment, right? And then Zainab.
Zainab speaking. It's a simple suggestion, perhaps. Oh, I'll wait for the camera. Thank you. Instead of going around twice, can we vote on the document as amended? I think that's what Christian was trying to say earlier.
Okay. Susie was saying that I have to make sure that we go around the table for our blind members.
No.
Voting.
We will go around, but they...
I'm not sure, Susie. No, we don't. We've decided not to use our hands to vote, but instead having verbal vote so that every person, to make the vote accessible. Okay. So those who are, you could either respond verbally or manually. No, we would want to go around the room so that I have a roll call vote, and the vote can be support. You could do it as amended, instead of having to do it twice. I think that was Zainab's point, instead of having to do it twice. And Lee?
Hi. At the risk of seeming persnickety, I'm thinking that the amendment should probably read not only that it's applicable to VRSCA's handling 911 calls, but at the end of the sentence, it should probably say refresher course for veteran CAs handling 911 calls as well, so that we're capturing it in both clauses of the sentence.
So leave both handling 911 calls, have it both? Does that sound right? In both locations? Okay. I know I've seen some discussion going on. In order to save time, I want to make sure that we do meet everyone's accessibility needs around the table. So there have been some suggestions that we review the final sentence's language without voting on the amendment. We can proceed to a vote on a revised motion, including the amendment. So it's just one vote. So do I see any objections to taking that path? I don't. So if we could read that final sentence one more, the amended language would say, recommended further that the FCC take steps to ensure that annual 911 training is required for VRS CAs handling 911 calls, including a refresher course for veteran CAs handling 911 calls. So that's the language. All right, everybody's good with that? I'm seeing no objections. So now let's go ahead and If I see no more comments, questions, any further, I don't see any name tags askew, so it looks like we will go ahead with the vote. Matthew?
Matt Gers with CTIA, yes.
A. Braffy at the ARC, yes.
Joshua Pila, NAB, yes.
Tafatu Puola, AUCD, yes.
Hannah Thompson, yes.
Ron Unesco, HKNC, yes.
Columbia Lighthouse for the Blind, yes.
Tom Litkowski, Comcast, yes.
Everett Bacon, National Federation of the Blind, yes.
Lisa Hamlin, Hearing Loss Association of America, yes.
One people to consumer, yes.
Al Sonnenstrahl, DSA, yes. Christian Vogler, Gallaudet University, yes. Zainab Al-Kebsi, National Association of the Deaf, yes, as amended.
Jamie Taylor, Deafblind Citizens in Action, A.
Brenda Kelly Fry, NASRA, votes yes.
Sabrina Fields, TEDPA, yes.
Diane Burstein and CTA, yes, as amended.
Lee Knife, Digital Media Association, yes, as amended.
Marcia Brooks, Perkins School for the Blind, yes, as amended.
Linda Vanderloop, AT&T, yes.
Mark Fletcher with Avaya, I'll vote yes as amended.
Ian Dillner with Verizon, approve.
Jim Cregan, Access Board. The Access Board abstains.
Mohammed Yusuf, USDOT, abstains.
Sam Yale, SSB Bark Group, yes, as amended.
Tony Dunn, West Safety Services, yes, as amended.
Frank Lucia, Georgia Tech RERC, yes.
Mark Reichert, AFB, yes, as amended.
Jim Tobias, Inclusive Technologies, yes.
Okay, and Claude with TDI, I also vote yes. So the motion carries. I'd like to thank Marcia and her subcommittee for the hard work that they have done on those two recommendations. I'm going to say the first one with IPCTS, this is huge. This is a huge step. I think this is one of the best recommendations that the DAC has come up with over the last 2 years. For the first time, consumers are coming forward and trying to have a formal group of feedback, like this kind of committee, to talk about measures. I mean, this is really about one form of TRS. This is something that we have been fighting for a long time, so I really appreciate your hard work in that area. Okay, so now, yes, Karen would like to make an introduction of our two presenters that will be talking today about the future of telecommunications. So I will give the floor to Karen.
Thank you. Karen here. Also, I just want to thank you as well. And you may know that we do have some funding that we've been using from the TRS fund. And your recommendations are going to probably go into action sooner than you think. So thank you very much. Very, very helpful. So it is my privilege to be able to introduce the next two individuals. Can I introduce them together? Okay. When it was when we were talking about who would do this introduction, where's Jim? Oh, you're already behind me. Okay. I said I want to do it because I know these guys for 3 decades or more, and so like this is this is really exciting to me to be able to introduce them. I will read to you some of the things that we have from their bios, but you know already that these are power horses of knowledge, experience, history, on accessibility issues. They've broken new ground in every direction possible. They taught me so much of what I use to work on, to develop and mold policy, and not only me, but every one of us. They provide the groundwork for building accessibility solutions. They've changed the world, not only America, but truly made it possible for major corporations to implement and incorporate accessibility features that have permeated the entire world, because so many people look to us for solutions. So I can't even begin to say enough incredible things about both individuals. With that mini introduction, let me tell you a little bit more about each of them. And by the way, I'm just so pleased that they're both here to do this and not remote, because just getting their presence is part of it. So let me start with Jim. He has more than 35 years of experience in accessible and usable technology in both the public and the private sectors. And among other things, he's focused on communications technologies, as well as how technologies are designed and used in education, employment, transportation, commerce, and civic participation for seniors and people with disabilities. He began his career at Berkeley's Center for Independent Living, led initiatives at Bell Labs and Bell Corps on enhanced usability and accessibility. He runs Inclusive Technologies, which I'm sure you've all heard of, which consults on accessible information and communication technologies. His clients have included AOL, the California Secretary of State's Office, California State University System, Cisco, HP, IBM, Microsoft, National Science Foundation, Panasonic, Qualcomm, Verizon. And he works now on something that actually Greg also initiated, which is the Global Public Inclusive Infrastructure Project. And he, in addition, leads the communications team for this effort, which is Raising the Floor, an international consortium on advanced usability. As you know, he's been on a lot of advisory committees, not only this one, but the Access Board's Committee on the refreshment of the rules on Section 508 and 255, and also co-directed the accessibility element of California's review of voting technologies. I'm intrigued by one of the things in his bio, which I have not seen, but it's called A.T. Boogie, an award-winning music video about assistive technology, which I will now go and check out for myself. Greg is now located here, and by the way, Jim is located in New Jersey. Greg is now located at the University of Maryland. Previously was part of the Trace Center at the University of Wisconsin as one of the co-investigators of the Rehabilitation Engineering Research Center on Telecommunications Access. He has been active in the area of technology access for people with disabilities for over 45 years. He has worked inside Apple, Microsoft, and IBM on the accessibility and usability of their products. He co-authored and co-chaired one of the web content accessibility guidelines. He also worked with the Access Board on the refresh of 508 and 255, and has developed accessibility features built into Amtrak ticket machines, automated postal stations, Homeland Security passport kiosks, and many other ITMs across the country. And also his current focus is on the development of a global public inclusive infrastructure. So with this introduction, I cannot wait to hear about all the modern changes that will be taking place. I'm sure this is going to be very educational for all of us. Thank you, and why don't we start with Jim?
Thank you very much, Karen. If my slides can show up on the screen, I really appreciate that introduction, which, to me anyway, was starting to sound a little bit like a retirement dinner, which would be fine with me. It's really no problem. I'm ready to get that gold watch any old day now, as soon as I can find someone to actually give it to me. So let's see. Can we get the slides up on the screen? There we go. So I'm not going to be talking about specific technologies today, because I think that we understand already, how fast those technologies come at us and how quickly they change. I want to begin a dialogue about what can the policy world do, what can the public program world do to better address a bigger picture that I'd like to describe in terms of an ecosystem. So if we look back into not all that distant past, for text over telephones, we had a telephone and we had a TTY, and you connect your TTY to your telephone, you place a call, and hopefully at the other end there's another telephone also with a TTY connected. Relatively simple and very limited ability to send text over telephones. Over in the talking computer world, we had a similar ecosystem, very simple. You had a computer and you had a speech synthesizer, and you had software that tied the two together. And that's what you had. Accessibility solutions, not just text and not just talking computers, but in that world, accessibility solutions were scarce, they were separate from mainstream, they were relatively complicated to operate, they needed a certain amount of expertise and, rare knowledge, and they were costly. They required someone to spend some money out of pocket. So we were dissatisfied with that, and we asked for and fought for universal design. So this is, within the memory of most of the people in this room who are alumni in the same cohort that Greg and Karen and I are in. And we won. We wanted something that was not scarce, but was everywhere, not separate, but built in, not complicated, but easy to use, not costly, but affordable by average consumers. And we really got lucky. Universal design hit at a time that laws and regulations were helping to build motivation for accessibility. And at the very same time, technology capabilities themselves were exploding into our worlds. We saw multimedia where we had only seen text on a screen letter by letter. We saw networking reaching all around the world, where before we only had our own little computer and a disk that we carried from our computer to the person next door so that they could install the same software or read our document. Big changes. And those changes kept snowballing for us. So technology kept penetrating and exploding into new spaces. So instead of just a rare job of using a computer once to create a document, all of a sudden everyone was using it in work and in commerce and at school and entertainment. And we've seen this continue as well. I mean, I think everyone here in the room, if you look back at your own history of using technology, you'll see both the tools that you use are getting more profuse, you've got more of them, they do more things, and you use them for more purposes. And that has also triggered an explosion in the number of users. So instead of just a few people having computers, everyone's using a computer, and they're doing more with them all the time. This is a story that I think we're very familiar with. When we look at today's text options, just the text options, we can now send and receive text on any device. We can create the text by keyboard or by voice or by gesture. We can read it on a display or hear it spoken aloud. We can send it to anyone, any individual, any group, any targeted set of contacts that we have in listservs or blogs or what have you. We can decide other little features. Is this text going to be immediate? Is this text going to be spell checked? Is it going to be converted from one form into another? Is it going to have a format, or is it just going to be plain? These tiny little options add up, and they create a huge range of choices for us, dozens of choices, and then combining those choices, thousands of combinations. And just a number that surprised me the other day, there are more than 1 million applications for Twitter. That is, there are apps out there that use the Twitter technology for one purpose or another. So it's this very profuse environment. We have all of these solutions that can do anything, together with people that we choose, what happens to the content, how it's created, how it's consumed. We have this amazing flexibility. In theory, everything would be fine. In theory,
We've increased the amount of consumer choice, including people with disabilities, but it's really a general trend that's going on. But there are some issues, big issues, and issues that are in fact growing that I think we want to pay attention to in the policy world. And I'll be getting to those through this concept of an ecosystem. So what we had before with the TTY and the phone, or the computer and the speech synthesizer, was like a desert ecosystem where you have oases that are separated by a distance, and you navigate from one to the other. There's only one safe place to go from where you are. There's only one oasis close enough to where you are. There's a limited amount of water. There's a limited amount of food. But the characteristics are known, and if you adhere to those limited choices, you'll be okay. What has happened in the intervening years is this ecosystem has become a tropical forest. And what we have in this tropical forest is a profusion of plants and animals. We have very different weather. We have very different sources of food. We have to know, if we've followed along from this desert ecosystem, well, now I'm in this tropical forest, what can I eat safely? What are there predators here that I only knew about the scorpion in the desert, and now I've got snakes and tigers and what have you in the tropical forest. I have to understand what this new environment is for. How do I navigate within it? In the desert, I use the stars to navigate from one place to another. And now I'm in this forest, I can't even see the stars. So how do I get around? And what's around the corner? Instead of this long view that I had before, I now have potentially surprises around every corner. Any step that I take may lead me into an area I did not understand. Again, there's this profusion in it, and it's a rapidly evolving ecosystem, and it gives us all of this additional option. But if you have, 40 different kinds of fruit on the tree that you have to choose from, you need to know which are the poisonous ones, or how they're treated, or which ones go well with others for a nutritious diet. So, shifting metaphors, let's think about this electronic marketplace that we have now as a buffet. You go to a big box store, or even a carrier store selling wireless phones, and you have a huge number of choices. You have a lot of things to choose from, but you're not necessarily sure what some of those things are. There are foods that you've never seen before. You don't know what makes a good diet. You don't know what is going to go with something, and if there are foods that you haven't seen before, you don't know what's for dessert. You could wind up eating 4 desserts instead of the entree that you were looking for, and this is a confusion that people are having. Now, no one wants to go back to the environment of the high school cafeteria where you had very few choices, and maybe there was some assumption about them being nutritious, but it was not the free and open options with the flexibility and variability that we now have in this buffet. Well, so who benefits from this new profuse environment? I think I can honestly say that everyone in this room benefits, because you're all, and I am, an advanced consumer. I have a lot of experience with technology. I have a lot of confidence. I know how to get information. I talk with people here. I know what blogs to visit. I know, where to find accessibility features when I'm looking on a website. And we're getting served better and better every day because this profusion is exploding exactly in our direction. We have these new choices, and we can take advantage of them. But for almost everyone else, and I mean perhaps as many as 90% of people with disabilities, and I mean 90% of people in poverty, people with other jeopardies in rural environments, people who are English language learners, are very much excluded from the benefits of this profusion. The choices appear to them, and I'm not condescending here, this is the result of market research and understanding how people behave in a profuse environment where they don't know how to choose something. They don't know what's going to work for them. for them. And they don't have a way of getting that information that they need. This results in a certain amount of consumer paralysis. And they live as long as they can with solutions that they have dragged from the past and are using now. They have smaller information networks, fewer friends who understand technology or who understand accessibility. They don't know what blogs to visit. How would they? They had never been on the internet. There are a lot of factors contributing to this underutilization. I think the questions that I would like us to focus on at some point is, if we're serious of reaching consumers that we haven't reached so far, and I hope that we are, how can we reach them better? Why aren't we reaching them? Who are they in the sense of individuals, and what are they trying to accomplish that the appeal of accessible technology has not reached them yet? Advanced consumers inform each other, and they do a great job. I mean, this is an instance of it. The advocacy groups that are represented here are great. The research centers that are represented here, the industry bodies, incredible Access Wireless website, and the GARI database for accessible mobile devices. Amazing sources of information, but they're massively underutilized. I think everyone recognizes that. Instead of just sitting there, what can we do to expand that circle? How can we get more usage, get more information out to more people? So what's working well in our public information programs, and how can we scale them up and reproduce them and extend them without having to resort to a model that says, you're going to have a therapist tell you what product to use, and you're going to be assigned a product. Expand that automatic consumer benefit that's going on. What kind of public policy approaches work best? We're in an environment where it's a very political issue about how much the market should lead the supply of accessibility and how much regulation should lead the supply of accessibility. And there's arguments on both sides. I think there's an opportunity to do some deep study of which technique works best in what situation, and especially how do they work well together. And finally, how do we get ahead of the technology curve? How can we, as we discussed this morning, how can we know beforehand about a major change in a hardware decision about an audio jack on a product? And I think Lisa's question about, is this just Apple doing its thing, or is this a trend? Will other products follow suit? How do we manage that in the sense of what are people using that they can't use right away? How can we buffer the impact of those kind of technology changes by getting early information about them and making public policy work in a non-enforcement manner, but in a manner that informs both consumers on one hand and the designers and developers in industry. And I think Greg is going to talk a lot about how to reach those folks and what kind of options we need to be able to offer them so that we can take the huge growth in the accessibility world that we've seen in the last few years and really make it a regular part of both the way we do business, the way we build technology, and the whole way we view our technological society. Thank you.
That's fine. I don't hesitate. I think I'll call this fortunately, unfortunately. I want to talk a little bit about what is coming, what we should do about it, and what we shouldn't do about it. And this is going to be a bit of a blitzkrieg, and I'll try to put some of this together in a compilation later that you can take at a little slower path. What is coming? A revolution in telecom is coming. Today we have devices. We have cell phones, we have computers, etc. In the future we're going to have services, capabilities, or functions. It used to be that when you went into a room you expected light in the room only if you carried it in with you with a candle or a lantern. And if somebody had told you someday that you wouldn't have to carry a candle to every room in your house, that there would be a light already there, that every place you went, that there would be lights just always running all the time, even in the parking lot, even out on the street, you would have thought they were crazy. When I tell you that someday you will never sit down at a table or something without there being a screen or a virtual screen in front of you, around you, that you won't have to carry things around with you because they will just always be around you, and your information will show up as you move around on these various screens. But you think of them as being hard screens, but I'm going to say that the screens that you see all around you will be any size, shape you want them to be, but they won't actually be there. They'll just look like they're there. And so you'll be interacting with screens as you want them to be. You'll be interacting with three-dimensional objects that appear to be there. We have virtual reality today, and to do this, you wear this big set of goggles. In the future, we could all be having virtual reality as we sit around the table, and we would look no different than we do now. We have virtual augmented reality. What does that mean? That means that you don't have to put name tags in front of everybody, because when you all sat down at the table, when I looked across the table, I would see a name tag in front of you. As a matter of fact, I could look you in the eye, and I would see your name in front of your face when I wanted to know what it was, so I can walk up and greet you without having to stare at your shoulder or your chest or wherever you happen to have a name tag, trying to recall what the names are. Information about anything around us can be there. Virtual presence. We could have this meeting with all of us sitting in the place where we originally were, and it would look like we were all sitting around this table as we are now, but we wouldn't have had to move our bodies around to have that type of communication. Unlimited bandwidth. We will have the ability, now we buy it, we think about gigabytes and how much we have. In the future, some of us remember dial-up modems, and some of us, I think, are on the edge of not ever having actually had to use them. We will have bandwidth just as much as we want wherever we are, and that's going to change everything. With this virtual presence, we can actually have clearer audio than if it were live. So that in a room like this, everybody has to speak. Have you ever been in a meeting and you have a hearing impairment of any kind, or even not sometimes, and you can't understand what the people at the other end of the table are saying? But in this case, whenever anybody speaks, you would hear them, and the other noise in the room would be dimmed back, things you can't do in reality. Clearer video, where you can see somebody signing across the room as if they're like 2-3 feet in front of you instead of 50 feet away. And we can use voice, visual, and text on any screen anywhere. Unfortunately, not all information will be available in all forms. As we have it today, we now have televisions with text and video and audio on them, but some of the information's visuals, some of the information's audio, some of it's in text, and that kind of thing is going to be continuing. Now, fortunately, someday we'll be able to auto-translate information from any form, any conversational form, from any form to any other form. So, for example, if somebody's speaking in sign, I will hear them talking. If somebody is talking, I will see them signing. I will see text if I don't know sign. And it can all be done not only automatically, but invisibly. That is, we're sitting around the room, and when you're signing, I'm hearing the translation, and I don't have to have special headsets. We don't have to have special goggles or displays, because we will have things embedded. We actually have the ability, and we will, to have like a contact lens, which would then allow us to have any displays we want to appearing before us. Little in-the-ear earbuds that are completely invisible, that adjust to whatever our hearing is optimized for, and that can then provide the audio. So when I'm having a conversation in a noisy environment, it filters out all the noise, and I can hear the person clearly, even in heavy traffic. Unfortunately, that's going to be a while. This is not stuff that you're going to see immediately. Actually, some of it will come before you believe it will. but other stuff comes along, and like a lot of other technologies, it seems to almost be there for a very long time. And we need to figure out how to fill the gap so we can all live in the meantime. Also, and this is really important, not everyone is going to have all of this. All of us in this room probably will, or would if we were at that time, but there are going to be many others that don't. There's always going to be this distribution, and we need to figure out how to try to get this information, how to try to make all of the communications accessible even before we hit this period where it's going to be available to everyone. And as we advance, there's always going to be a disparity. We're actually getting to a place where we have something of a perfect storm. We are coming to a point where there is almost going to be no communication that's not electronically mediated. We're going to have most things that for health, for education, for communication, for daily living, for independent living. We're going to need to be dealing with all of these digital technologies, yet solutions don't exist, or they don't exist on the platforms that people are encountering. They may have had access on a PC or one phone, but when they go to an ATM or they go into a hotel room and they have to be interacting and using the technologies in these places, the communication and other technologies, whatever the special setups they need are not on those devices or don't work with those devices. People don't know about solutions. We have so many things where we have solutions today and people don't know about them, or they're too expensive, or actually too complicated. We now are trying to talk about how to make these technologies accessible to people, and our accessibility interventions are often more complicated than the device you're trying to access. So if you look at screen reading technology as a classic example, computers are confusing enough. I dare anybody here to try to go use a screen reader and access a computer and use it for a week. Those of you who do this regularly know that it takes a long time, a lot of skill, and there's just an awful lot of people who need screen readers who cannot master them. There are people who are technologically adventuresome. They go out, they try to get these devices. They go to training courses, so it's not like they're running away. They're running straight at it, and they still just can't do it. And we need to be figuring out how to be doing these things. So we need to look at how we can try to go about addressing this. And one of the underlying questions is, what does all this have to do with us and with regulation and policy? Okay? So first of all, solutions don't exist. Cognitive language and learning is one of the big areas that we need to really be trying to focus on. We're on the cusp of being able to do some things, but it's really hard. And we are going to need to figure out how to do something between requiring you do it this way, because we don't yet have the answers, and doing nothing at all, which is the other. It's like, how do you tell people they have to do something, but we're not going to tell you exactly what? All right? So we need to figure that out. And it's not just for people with cognitive language and learnings. It's for people who are hard of hearing and have cognitive language. It's for people who are hard of hearing or deaf or blind or have visual impairments and are cognitively average. We have some of these things where the access features are really required. They're great for superstar people with disabilities, but we have an entire population. Half of the population is below the median. I had an argument for a long time with a designer about that, who argued that I was just underrating people, that half of the people were not below median level. Well, the median is defined as the middle, so half of the people are always below the median. But that's the way they design, is they design for the top half, the top quarter. We need to look at the expense, and one of the ways we look at this is by talking about how to build things in, and that's great. But there's a dark side, or a downside, or an unfortunately side to that one as well. First of all, if it's built in and it fits you, nirvana. You have it, it's free, it's there, you buy the phone, you buy the device, you don't have to pay anything extra for it, and it's just like you're just one of the users it was designed for. And that's the way life should be. However, if it doesn't work for you, now you have a problem. So now you have to try and go find AT, and the AT is a lot more expensive now because the population is smaller, because they took the sweet spot out with the built-in. Also, often these things are locked down. So you have accessibility built in, but in exchange for that, basically, or the reason that they did build it in is because they also locked it down so that there's no AT for it, or it can be used with it. Phones are one example of that, where they can have accessibility built in, but the way the architecture is on the phones now, AT is not possible, as it is on PCs and things like this. So we need to start looking at this. When we talk about communication systems, we really need to be looking at how to build it in, and not build it in as being something off to the side, but it's got to be something that's there. We talked before about accessibility that people don't even know exists. This is a real key part. If it's not part of the mainstream, this is not accessibility where I get the phone and then I turn on the disability mode and now I can use it. There's no reason that the regular mode can't have voice and video and text all together, and everybody uses them. And then people who need them will know about it because everybody around them is using it that way as well. Technology's changing very quickly. We have smart tech is going to keep driving the cost of technology down. It'll drive the cost of intelligence down, so if we know what we want something to do. But training, introduction, any non-mainstream features, those are not going to go down. Simplicity is a tricky one. We need to figure out how to get simplicity in there as well as all the other features. There's something we call layering, and we need to see more of it. And that is the ability to see an interface and to have it so that it presents itself in a very, very simple fashion. And then if I want more, it can get more complicated. And it can get more complicated. Now, some people will say, oh, the way to do it is start off with a full-featured one and take out the features you don't want. Well, it turns out that anytime you design something that way, when you start taking features out, you end up breaking things. You need to actually have something that goes in the other direction. Steve Jobs made $1 billion, trillion, I don't know how much money he made, money out of taking things that we were already doing. There was nothing in the iPhone that wasn't already in other phones, other capabilities and other devices. And he brought them together, but it wasn't that he put the three of them together. It's that he put them together in a way that all sorts of people who used to run screaming from the use of even their flip phones, or never wanted to change their flip phones because they couldn't understand them, would pick it up and go, I can use this. And that's the kind of thing we need to be looking at. I don't know how you can regulate it, but we need to start looking at how to think about accessibility. The one thing I would always watch out for is anytime accessibility is something you have to turn on, because that means it wasn't integrated into the design. It's not intended to be there under, quote, normal use, unquote, and it won't be discovered, it won't be known, and it won't be supported, and as people come to need it, it won't be something they already are familiar with. There's a lot of things that are changing, and the thing that isn't changing are the fundamentals. And so, and I'm not going to go through all of them, but basically, all information being visual and scalable, all information being verbal, if possible, possible to be made verbal. Input being able to be that you can have any kind of input, not just new types of input. And one of the traps that I want to warn against is the idea that new options should be options, and they're being talked about as alternatives. So we have gesture, and somebody says, oh, that's great. There are some people who can use gesture better than keying or doing something else. We ought to drop the requirement for this and add this one in its place. And that would be like saying we should drop text and add Braille. Now, Braille is a fantastic option for the people who know it, but it does not address the needs of others. And you will find the same thing. Signing the same way. Having the ability to sign and use sign everywhere is fantastic, but you don't want to take sign and use it and drop text, because there will be other people that are needing that. So I'm seeing an increase in language and discussions about, as new options coming on, not requiring that they be supported, but saying, well, we'll support the new option and drop some of the other fundamentals. So when we're looking at this, what we need to be thinking about is the fact that the world is going to change, and as fast as you think it's been changing, it's going to change faster. Policy is always hard because regulations and policies and stuff always follow. As much as you can stick with fundamentals, what should happen rather than how to do it, you're going to have things that are more robust and will last longer. The one exception to that is interoperability. In interoperability, you have to say exactly how to do it, because you can't just say, well, two things are going to interoperate, but I'm not going to say how, because nobody can design something this year to interoperate next year if they don't know exactly how they're going to connect to the other people next year. So for interoperability, we use what we call rolling revision. And this is the way telecom has done everything else in the mainstream. You pick the interoperability standard, and then you support it. If someone comes up with a new, better one, then you start supporting that one as well, in parallel. And as everything shifts over to that one, eventually everything has both, and everybody shifts to the new, and then you can start, as soon as all of the equipment and all of the parts and all of the relays and all of the parts throughout the entire end-to-end support both standards, then you can fade one of them back out. And this is what they do for audio, codecs, this is the way they do everything else. So that's an exception. But other than that, trying to stick with the fundamentals of what should be achieved rather than how. It's going to be an exciting ride, and those of you who are younger, I envy, because you'll get to see the entire ride. And those of us who are older, we will see it, and then it'll slowly fade out on us if we don't get taken out. But I'm ending on a high note. That's right. So all of you, but be prepared, because we will get to retire, and you guys are all going to have to figure out how to make all these wonderful new opportunities. So you're going to have many, many more opportunities, many, many more challenges as well. Read science fiction, think about the future, because all of this policy work goes so much slower than everything else is going to go. You're going to have some vision for where it's going. Thank you very much.
This is Claude. Does anybody have any questions for Greg and or Jim? Elaine?
Hi, this is Elaine Gardner. I just wanted to say that I am going to be putting Jim's PowerPoints on our DAC website so that you can enjoy them at a later date.
We spent a lot of time compressing our presentation so that we would have time for discussion and for questions at the end here. So feel free to ask about any or all. No questions, yes.
Mark?
The camera. Thank you, Greg. That was excellent. Do you see too much technology having a negative impact? Can you over-rotate? Do I need an app that shows me how to count to 3, as an example?
I think this is something that Jim and I can both agree wholeheartedly on. Yes, there's way too much technology.
Oh, we don't agree.
Oh, we don't? Okay, you think there should be more technology?
Well, it's not a choice. I don't think we have a choice. We're going to have to deal with the profusion. It's not an option for us to go back or to simplify or to, stop the development of products, which get easier and easier to develop every day. It's the information about them and getting people to the point where they can find and feel certain that what they're finding is something that's going to be useful to them. It won't always be the best, but it's got to be something that I think is market driven, but there should be some oversight about the consequences. There should be a guarantee that people actually are getting what they need, but the mechanics of the supply of the technology and the adoption of the technology should be as market driven as possible.
Thank you.
Yeah, one of the things that I have something I call TQ, which is technology quotient. It's like IQ, except that it's not necessarily related to intelligence, because I know people who are blazingly brighter than I am we all do, that can't deal with the technologies that we can deal with. So, and like IQ, it's distributed in the population, TQ. And some people have high TQ, and we tend to congregate around topics like technology, so we're probably not very many low people here with even anywhere near average TQ. But we have a population that has the full range, and we are so technifying everything, to coin a word, that we are taking it and moving it out of reach of people. And that's when we talk about, is there too much technology? It's so integrated into absolutely everything, and it's going to be more and more so as we go forward, that if we don't start working really hard, really soon, to figure out how to make these technologies and these systems work for the full spectrum of TQ, if you will, we are going to start making people dependent that were not dependent before, and or dependent earlier in their lives, and we can't afford either one of those. So we need to figure out, as Jim said, you can't say, we should stop the advance of technology. It's kind of silly. It ain't going to happen. But we do have to figure out how to stop the advance of technology evolving in ways that leaves a big part of the population behind, who can't figure out how to use it.
How do you keep in sync with the funding to support that?
I think that the way to keep in sync with the funding is to try to get it to be just part of the development process. This is why, Jim's organization is called Inclusive Design. We need to emphasize the fact that as we build this world forward, we build it in a way that everybody can use it. In our engineering school, when it was built, there was only one women's bathroom, and it was in the main building, and it was in the lobby because it was for visitors, because, women in engineering. And today, we would never build a building and say, well, we can get the building built faster or lower cost if we just eliminated all the women's bathrooms. But we do build buildings, and we do design technologies that exclude other large populations of our sectors of our population, just because we can get there faster or whatever. We just need to realize that when you build it, you got to build it for everybody from the beginning, and then it just becomes part of it.
Thank you.
Okay. Who has a question? Okay. First, we will go with Mark, and then Hannah, and then Sam. So, Mark?
Thank you. Am I all on camera and like I'm supposed to be? Not yet.
There you go.
Hi there. So, Mark Reichert, American Foundation for the Blind. Excellent presentation. It's a shame we don't have an entire day to have the kind of conversation that we really ought to have to follow up with all of the points that you all have made. I'll simply put in a plug for a recommendation that came out of our subcommittee, communications subcommittee, which you all have adopted about a year or so ago. And Jim, you were integral in making that happen, and that has to do with making sure that the commission is sort of building in an institutional, not so much memory, but intelligence about the future of technologies. You couldn't really talk about specific tech moving forward because the time we don't have it here, but I certainly hope that as the commission looks to respond more formally to that recommendation, number one, that the two of you are involved, I'm sure you will be, but I hope that we'll have an opportunity to really get into some of this stuff. Let me put a couple of points out, and to the extent there's time or inclination on your part, you can respond to it. I'll give you one example. Our friends, and I've said this to the folks at Google as well, so this is not the first time I've used this example publicly, but as you all know, there are a number of folks putting out driverless vehicles, driverless cars. This, of course, is every blind guy's fantasy, for sure. I remember having the privilege of taking a ride in that Google car, and it was amazing. And there it was going down the street and on the interstate, etc. We asked the question at the end of the ride, well, great, he said, do you want to go someplace else? I said, sure. Can I enter in the address? And he said, oh, no, we haven't figured that part out yet. So, in other words, to allow folks who are blind or visually impaired to make use of that technology to do something as simple as to put in the address for the car. So now you have an independently propellable vehicle that's using all this amazing technology, and yet the most simple thing hasn't been part of the sort of the analysis. And what was the response? Oh, of course, we will get to that. Now, how many times over the course of the last 30, 40 years and more have we been told consistently, yes, just be patient, the technology, isn't this a miracle, what has happened, and just wait, we'll be getting there. I would love to hear your sense of how we deal with that attitude or that almost evangelical belief that technology will get there. And let's assume that on the other side of that, maybe that's true. Maybe it's true. Maybe we should have just waited or I should have just waited for the iPhone to come along because Lord knows it's a miraculous thing for me. But what should we do for those people who are in that interim where that technology hasn't arrived yet?
Claude, can I just respond to that? Just briefly.
Sure.
Okay, so first of all, thank you for reminding us of the recommendation that we made to have the Commission and possibly in concert with other federal agencies that have the same interest, have that kind of horizon scan capability of understanding, if there's a phone without an audio jack coming down the road, what are we going to do about it? Yeah, just purely hypothetically, right. But yeah, exactly what you're saying. I believe in profusion. I believe that, it's the million monkeys typing and you'll get everything you need. But how do you find where Hamlet is in the trillion pages that the monkeys have typed? The problem is information flow and getting targeted information to the people who need exactly that information. That's where we're short right now. The profusion is actually holding us back because it's just a confusing market experience. So for those advanced consumers, as I say, we're doing better than ever. And that's how you know you're an advanced consumer. If every phone you get does more and you're happier with it. And that's how you know you're not an advanced consumer, if you dread the experience of having to get a new phone, right? So that's where we need to end this digital divide that's going further and further apart. And I think there's a huge policy implication there, regulatory implication there, public programs, et cetera. There's a lot of opportunities there.
And this is the place and the role of regulation. I've always said that regulations are terrible things and we shouldn't ever have them, except where we need to. They should be sort of our last resort. But if the normal market pressures and factors don't, then regulations can be a way of taking our social values and putting them into the market equation, but only if they are clear and they are enforced so that, in fact, it is more profitable to follow the regs than it is to ignore them, and that's a tricky part. But if you can build a self-driving car, especially with everything we already know about how to make things accessible, we should know how to do that. And the funny part is that when they're doing the self-driving car, they talk about what a wonderful thing this thing will be for people who are blind, so it's not like, oh, I never thought of them as using it. They did think of it, but it's just, someday we'll get to it. And we can see lots of other products coming out by the big IT companies where the technology always comes out, the accessibility comes out late, not complete, and then they roll over to something else that breaks it. Claude, you had somebody else in line?
Yes. Next is Hannah, and then we will move on to Sam. So, Hannah.
What is in the future for communication devices?
Augmentative communication devices? Yes. Well, there's a number of things. One of them is, and this is one that there was a little bit of progress made on, then the different type of speech recognition came along and it kind of got pushed back, and that is better ability to recognize severely dysarthric speech so that it can be recognized and then clarified and represented. Also, a lot of things like cerebral palsy, et cetera, have to do with not the brain, but sort of the motor coordination sections of the brain. So if we can give control and push it up above the motor coordination sections, then we can get a clearer signal. And so it may be possible for people who cannot manipulate their bodies well to be able to manipulate input well, much faster, and things like this. So and someday you'll actually be able to just go out and get a shot. You'll get a shot, and there'll be a bunch of little nanites, and they'll go through your bloodstream, and they'll swim up, and they'll go up to the cortex, and they'll attach to all the places they need to, and they'll allow you to have a direct brain interface without sticking electrodes or anything else in. And this stuff sounds like science fiction, and it is today. This is going to be the thing you will have is more and more power in a smaller package, and that's going to be the basis for it. Understanding, if you can figure out what it is that these devices should do, that's actually the hardest part. And consumers are often the best ones to do that. We can then get technology and technologists and a whole sea of PhDs that are trying to figure out what they're going to do for their thesis to figure out how technically to make the impossible possible. But the hardest part is figuring out what exactly it is that we should be building.
I'll make a short pitch for paying more attention to the demand side. Okay, and here's something relevant to this committee and to the commission: the tremendous underutilization of relay, but especially speech-to-speech relay. Tremendously underutilized compared to the number of people who could benefit from it. Why is that? It's not because the service isn't there. It's because the service is not attracting people in such a way that their usage makes sense to them, that their usage is supported, that the rest of their lives is built around the usage of this incredible service. So, in a lot of cases, that's really the only problem we face is a demand-side problem rather than a supply-side problem. Not to say we shouldn't be working on improving supply, but attention is skewed in a direction that's not giving us everything that we need for impact.
There's one other thing that when I talked.
Only one answer each per
question. No,
this
is different questions. No, this was something that is relevant to this whole group. We have all the relay services, and we know that we want the usage to go up and the cost to go down, because if the usage goes up and the cost doesn't go down, we're going to be in a whole lot of hurt. We're already getting into a whole lot of hurt. We're going to be seeing the technologies, the auto speech recognition, et cetera, evolving, and so to the point where often we will be able to use them more and more, and they will work. To do this, though, and this is a policy issue, we have to figure out how to do it so that people can use the artificial and at a moment's notice hit a button and they got a human being, so that they can fail quickly back to something that works whenever it doesn't work. And at first that may be expensive because you say, whoa, you mean on a 1 second response time for somebody backing up the auto? And you go, yeah, but it's like these auto driving cars that have human beings sitting in them until we get them to work right. You ought to be thinking about it because that way we can slowly improve them to the point where higher cost a little bit, and then they can improve to the point where they can actually start taking some of the load. And then it's only people who have hard to understand speech, et cetera, that would be using it, or when I'm talking to somebody who isn't familiar with me. So, at any rate, these are things that we need to be thinking about from the policy standpoint, is how to be able to begin using this automation without scaring the bejesus out of the entire disability group by saying we're going to switch from humans to this technology, because that's a scary as hell thing if someone thinks you're going to swap them out. But if you can say, well, you can use the auto, but at any time it's not working for you, you can instantly switch back and have a human being very quickly, not getting in the back of a big long line, then I think you may be able to see some movement in that direction. That's going to be an important one.
Okay. I would like to thank our speakers.
Oh,
we have two more people who'd like to make comments. I hate to cut you off, but I want to make sure we have enough time, so please make your comments as brief as possible, because we have some other parts of the meeting we have to move on to. So, Sam?
Thank you. Greg, you had cited screen readers as an example of technologies that have a steep learning curve and require a high level of technical proficiency to master. But even today, we're starting to see solutions that are being embraced by the mainstream market that combine a marriage of technologies to provide simpler solutions and interfaces, such as text-to-speech, speech-to-text, and natural language processing. A good example of that is the Amazon Echo, which allows you to use natural conversation to perform tasks hands-free and without sight. But obviously those technologies are still going to exclude individuals who are unable to speak and unable to hear. And so how can you design solutions that are truly universal?
I'll give a short answer in the spirit of what we're doing. Actually, I had that in my notes, and as I was racing through, I skipped over it. But you hit the real issue. We see these things, and some people say, "Oh, this is going to be the panacea." People who are blind can just talk. It's dialogue, the ability to have a conversation with an artificial agent and have them do things for you. But if you can have that dialogue using speech, or you could type it, or you could sign it, again, we need to be looking at not the underlying functionality, but the input and output. That goes back to the fundamentals I was talking about. As long as we keep the fundamentals, so that we said one of them was that keyboard input to everything, or keyboard interface input, then even the Echo, I can grab a wireless keyboard and it would couple in, and if I can't talk, I would just type at it, and it would be able to have all the same intelligence and functionality as it would. I mean, that's the kind of thing we need to be thinking about. So, and that goes back to Jim's, what was the term you used for the
Perfusion?
No, the looking at the across the dimensions.
Ecosystem. Ecosystem.
No, the recommendation for looking at across cross-industry survey. Yeah, the horizon scan. That's the word I was trying to pull up. The horizon scan to looking at where these new technologies are coming up. Many of them look like new problems. They're old problems with new faces. And the fundamentals will still address them.
Okay. Thank you. Jamie, and then after Jamie, we will close with Tim, and that will be the end. Okay, Jamie?
Jamie Taylor with Deafblind Citizens in Action. And I totally agree with output and input, but what happens if there's not the research currently being done very heavily in, because what you're saying is a lot of visual and auditory visual, but what if your world is totally tactual? As in you're deafblind and you use tactile American Sign Language. There's text, but that's really not the same thing as having that's like a little clumsy.
I think I understand what you're saying, and I just want to extend what Greg said about the technology, the underlying technology. What's the function that's trying to be performed? So if your question is, how can I make an Amazon Echo for a deafblind user? That, as Greg said before, once you know that's what you're asking for, the solutions are probably already there. The problem is getting to that solution. In other words, if you're saying that signing works for you as input, and a sign language simulator works for you as output, then we understand the dimensions of the problem that we're looking for. The other thing I'm not saying that it's deliverable tomorrow, but I'm saying that understanding the underlying function that the user is looking for is the key question to ask. Can we assume that the mainstream market is going to provide that? No, we can't. And that's exactly why we have to understand the limitations of the market. The market's going to do well for the Amazon Echo as it is now. The market's going to do less well
for the use case that Sam talked about, and it's going to do very poorly for the use case that you're talking about. And we need to understand that and support a hybrid model that says the mainstream market will get us this far, and then we need additional supplementary technical support to complete the function.
The other half of that part is the part that, as far as industry can go, for example, is to provide, remember we talked about anything can be done with keyboard interface, you don't have to put a keyboard, just the keyboard interface, and the display in text. And as soon as you have that, then you can take the text and translate it into Braille, into sign, into other things, as an add-on, if you will, that would be for the person who's deaf-blind. And again, for input, the same thing. If you have it so that it can be done from keyboard interface, and you can do it from a Braille keyboard, you can do it from other types of input. So don't ask them to put Braille displays on everything, but you can say, put something that will provide this out in text that a Braille display can pick up and display. And so that's the fundamentals that I was talking about before. And those can be applied going forward.
Okay, and I think Jamie wants to follow up. So, Jamie?
Oh, this is Jamie. Thank you so much. I was just wondering, too, okay, so what if there's not enough funding out there, or the people are very scarce? I'm just wondering, maybe we can do a follow-up.
If you're talking about funding for AT, then that's... but the funding to put the APIs that allow you to connect AT, that's already there. There's no hardware needed. It's just a matter of software. They already have the Bluetooth connectivity. They already have that stuff there. You mean the funding for the AT?
This is Jamie. Funding for research, and also there's also the whole built interface right now is not exactly the appropriate for individuals who are deafblind. So depending on the needs. So that's where we're at.
Well, I'm not going to jump into the.
If I could
debate on
just,
research funding.
I'll just say one more thing, which I've already said like 8 times now. The public sector is the main funder for assistive technology.
Remember, we are concerned about time. So.
Yeah, and it's not using its market power effectively. So the assistive technology funding, including the research, could have much greater impact on industry, both mainstream and assistive technology industry, if it were coordinated better. It's like the way the military purchases planes. It doesn't send pilots around to negotiate the price of each plane. The entire military figures out what it needs, and it dictates terms and prices to the manufacturers. That's the kind of market leverage that the public sector is not doing in the world of assistive technology.
Okay. I want to allow Dr. Vogler to say something. He said he wanted to respond to what Jamie was talking about. And then finally, we will wrap up with Tim.
Christian Vogler, Gallaudet University. I would like to respond to Jamie as well as the response was given. I actually do have to respond with you gentlemen a little bit. I think there is a bit of a disagreement.
It seems like all of the pieces are already present, and the issue is how to put them together. I think specifically in some arenas, there are so many fundamental research projects that have not yet been done, in fact, that I would say that there are areas that we should be focusing on because the fundamental research doesn't exist, and then we can get to product creation and we can change everything. But at the moment, I wouldn't say that we have the fundamentals. You know, adding tactile sign language is something that people talk about, and there's just no real expertise out there about how to do that. So I think that we have some more basic questions that we have to address in terms of how to fund research for some specific arenas, and then to get it to where it needs to be. And then how do we recruit the right kind of people to know the right kind of questions to ask and to do that kind of research? That's been my experience, that it's actually fundamentally a difficult question to answer.
Okay, thank you. And any response?
Yeah, just, yes, when we talk about the fundamentals, we're talking about the fundamentals that industry would provide to allow you to connect the specialized stuff. But sign language recognition, sign language translation, there's huge research efforts that are needed in these areas. That's why before, when she talked about research, I said I'm not going to rise to the research funding bait, because there's a long discussion about the research and the way we need to engage our research organizations to look at this area and not just the policy. We need to get work on the other end too.
Okay, and our final question or comment, last but not least, Tim.
Thank you. Tim Cregan, Access Board. One of the things that I wanted to sort of close to ask Greg and Jim is, what about a situation where there's sort of a counterintuitive direction that technology goes? I'm thinking of a specific example. I'm a grown man. I have teenage kids. When I was their age, if I had my own phone, I would have, never shut up. I would have been on it all the time. And so I come home, and I go in, and it's like a tomb. And everybody's sitting there typing away and texting. I would bet you that as infrequently as I use the phone with my hearing loss, with my assisted phone and my T-coil and my neck loops and my captioning, my kids use it even less, and there's nothing wrong with their hearing. So I guess the question I have is, if on the one hand you're saying, well, there's market demand is going to develop innovation, but then you've got the capability and you've got the demand, and the demand is we don't want to talk anymore, we don't want to listen, we want to sit there and text. Do you have any indicators when you're looking at technology to say, well, more likely than not, this technology is going to go off in a different direction? Do you have any insight or thoughts on that?
I think that's exactly the point of the horizon scan. Where is technology going? And it's very unpredictable. I mean, nobody could have looked at Twitter when it first came out and said, this is going to be a major business tool for hiring in 3 years. Nobody, absolutely nobody would have said that, and yet that's the reality. So we have to be very attuned to those changes. It's like I was taught about driving that if you want to know where a car is going, look at the front wheels. And as you see those front wheels turn, then before the turn is actually made, you know what direction the car is turning. And that's where we need to be. And again, I think this is it's a mainstream market analysis, market monitoring, right, is a concept we know now for, almost 20 years, as the real need for understanding these trends and getting ahead of them. As far as users, they're completely unpredictable, and there's just no way of knowing in advance. You just have to be a really quick watcher and an implication guesser.
And the other thing you need to keep in mind is that somebody once said, oh, yes, and now voice is on its way out because everybody's going to be texting. And that's not true. People still use voice. What you do is you have a new medium. It has new characteristics. And so the characteristics of texting are not the same as voice. You can both text at the same time. You can't both talk at the same time. You can get people in multi-way chats and stuff. So it has different affordances, and therefore it will get used. But you don't see a whole bunch of people with arthritis sitting there texting away. All right, and you don't see a lot of other people doing texting for certain kinds of things. Given a choice of calling for technical support or texting for technical support, I do both, and I find that I get a lot better technical support for certain types of unusual things in voice. If I'm just asking routine things, text. And so I actually use both kinds for the same company for different kinds of questions. So you'll find that new types of communication come up. They will get used differently. And that's something that you will only see over time. You cannot predict. You can't predict because you don't. It's like the Internet. Nobody would predict what we were going to be using the Internet for. But the other thing that I will say is that we also need to keep in mind that things that people think of as just being things for people for disabilities have really great utility by individuals who don't have disabilities for other reasons. And just one, we talk about the real-time text on calls, the ability for someone who's on a phone call and somebody else calls in, and then they can carry on a text and get rid of the other phone call without having to, engage in voice, which you can't do. Yep. Good boy.
No, I was pulling you.
I know you
pulling
were.
you up.
I know you were. That was the end.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Mr. Tobias and Dr. Vanderheiden, you obviously have given a very excellent presentation that all of us have a deep interest in, so thank you very much. Okay, let's see. Next up, we've got 10 minutes left. Before we wrap up the meeting, we need to address new business, so I would like to ask members of the DAC committee, is there anyone who would like to bring up new business? Any new business this afternoon? Seeing none, we will move on to the next agenda item. We have allotted some time in every full DAC meeting. We try to follow the federal requirements to allow for public participation. We do have someone, John Winderhouse from IDT. John Windhausen has said he would like to make a comment, so please come to the microphone.
Yes, thank you, Claude. So I am John Windhausen. I'm an attorney in D.C. I'm here representing IDT Telecom, which is an international communications provider, calling card provider. I'm here to talk about the collection mechanism, the funding of the Telecommunications Relay Services Fund. So the problem that we see is that the existing, well, first I should say that the TRS Fund is a great program, and as you know better than I do, it's providing wonderful services to an awful lot of people around the country, and it's been growing as new services have been added, and that's wonderful. The problem is that the collection mechanism for funding all of these new services is broken, and there's a real risk that the future of this whole TRS set of services is in jeopardy because the funding mechanism has not kept up with the changes in the marketplace. In particular, all of the money is being collected from interstate and international revenues, and none of the money is being collected from intrastate. And there are three problems that creates. One is that the international and the interstate and international fund is declining. So the base of funding to support the TRS program is in decline. So as the base of funding declines, you're trying to reap more and more revenue around a smaller and smaller base, and that could spell trouble for the future collection of this fund going forward. Another problem is fairness. All of the money right now is being collected from interstate and international, but about 75% of all of the calls are intrastate. So the intrastate services are not paying, or in other words, the interstate services are subsidizing the intrastate services. So there's a basic fairness problem there with all the money being collected by interstate. The third problem is the statutory language. The statutory language to support the TRS fund calls for interstate services to be collected from interstate revenues and intrastate to be recovered from intrastate. When the FCC adopted the funding mechanism for this back in 2000 for video relay services, it said it was going to collect all the money from interstate on a temporary basis. And it said this would be an interim solution. But then in 2002 for IP relay and for 2007 for IPTS, CTS, the FCC continued the same collection mechanism, even though it recognized that that collection mechanism does not comply with the law. So as a result of all of these problems with the collection mechanism, there's an impending crisis for the whole Telecommunications Relay Services Fund, which is very unfortunate. So IDT, being a good corporate citizen, came to the FCC. It came to a number of the providers. We tried to generate a consensus among the industry and the consumer groups as much as possible to form a consensus around a solution to expand the base of funding to include intrastate funding in addition to interstate funding. So we talked to Claude IDT then submitted a petition for rulemaking with the FCC last November. And we asked the FCC to make this change to the contribution mechanism, and then we talked to a number of parties to obtain their agreement, and we were successful with TDI, filed comments in support of this petition. The major providers like Sorensen filed in support of this petition, and others too. Almost all of the comments supported the petition. There was only one opponent, the Vaughan Coalition. So we've tried to create a consensus in favor of this change. The problem now is that our petition has stalled, and there's been no movement by the FCC to try to fix this problem. And so I'm here today just to raise this with you all. Even though I don't know you that well, I'm hoping that this is an issue that we could work together on to try to solve, and I'm asking for your help. So I don't know whether it's proper to ask you to do a resolution in support of the petition or what the right process is. But there is a danger to the fund that at some point someone is going to raise a concern with the courts that the funding mechanism is out of step with the statutory language, and we'd hate for that to happen. We don't want that to happen. But if the FCC doesn't move forward on this petition soon, we think there is a real risk that that might happen. So I'm here to try to answer any questions you might have and ask for your support or your comments or advice about how we can move this issue forward. I think it would be in everyone's best interest. So thank you for the opportunity to talk to you.
Okay, thank you. Karen, do you have a response? No? Okay.
We appreciate your coming here, John, and we're looking forward to working with the DAC and other interested stakeholders on all of the issues involving TRS rates and the future to make sure that the fund is not in danger and is rather sustainable for everyone. So we really appreciate your input.
Good. And I should say, Karen, you've been wonderful to work with as always. So we hope we can move forward with this with your help as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I see that another person has stood up and would like to make public comment. So please feel free to do so.
Hi. Hello. My name is Daphne Tachover. I'm the head of an organization called We Are the Evidence. It's an organization that represents a group of disabled people who have been harmed by wireless technology radiation. While this commission is supposed to help the FCC facilitate the participation of people with disability in society, our group is actually not accommodated by this commission, and the rights of people who got injured by this technology are being crushed, violated, and there's an epidemic of sickness caused by this radiation and by this technology that is not being addressed by the FCC or by this commission. I want to emphasize that people like me are not objecting technology. In my background, I'm an attorney in Israel, in New York. I'm a telecommunication and computer officer in the Israeli army. I manage the telecommunication computer center for the Israeli headquarters and operations center, so technology is my background, including wireless technology. But all of this came to an end in 2009 when suddenly I became what's called electrosensitive. Suddenly I could not use my Wi-Fi, I could not use my laptop, and I could not use my cell phone. Unfortunately, this sickness is not something not shared by a minority of people, but it's shared by many people in society, and the statistic shows that 10 to 20% of the population already suffered from symptoms correlated to cell phone and wireless technology radiation. I submitted a Supreme Court case in Israel to ban the use of Wi-Fi in schools, and we exposed an epidemic of sickness because of this radiation, because of the Wi-Fi deployment in schools. We exposed over 200 sick children, and that was just in the 6 schools that we checked. And this epidemic is not happening only in Israel, it's happening everywhere, including the U.S. 2 weeks ago, I was in court for 3 days in a case of a child, a 12-year-old child, who became electrosensitive as a result of the Wi-Fi, the deployment of Wi-Fi in his school. The nurse in that school said that after they deployed the Wi-Fi, many other children started to complain of various symptoms like headache, tingling, nausea, skin problems, etc., etc. However, these children who become sick from this technology are not being accommodated. Instead, they are forced out of school. Their rights are being crushed. The parents, the schools are retaliating, and this is not something that's happening in one school or two schools. We know of a school in California that 7 teachers has become sick because of the Wi-Fi deployment. Again, the teacher was forced out of school. We know of a school in Maryland in which a parent was trying to warn the parents against the Wi-Fi and its potential health effects. The school wanted to sign the parents on a paper say that they should not talk about wireless harms and Wi-Fi or the child will be removed from school. I was just informed of a woman who also became sick from the Wi-Fi in her workplace, and she contacted the workplace and asked for accommodation for her condition. And of course, she supported her claims by a doctor letter. The response she got was, you and your doctor are suffering from weird set of beliefs. So there is an epidemic going out there, and unlike what the public is being told by the FCC, the harms of wireless technology are not only proven, but are existing, and they are an epidemic scale. And I hope that this commission will not continue and ignore those who got harmed by it, but instead allow us to participate in this discussion and help us find ways in which to accommodate those who already got injured, and help to instead of moving forward without control with this technology, try and encourage the technology companies to find ways to make this technology safer for everyone. Thank you.
Okay. Any response from the FCC staff?
Thank you very much. This is Elaine Gardner again. I wanted to mention that we also have received 2 email comments. In the interest of time, I will just summarize them. One is from Shari Anker in Port St. Lucie, Florida, who had similar concerns about her health condition that has been exacerbated by exposure to radio frequency radiation, and asks that there be zones of safety or white zones around the perimeters of homes. Another commenter from Venice, Florida, Marilyn Martin, has asked the FCC to look into this issue as well. She notes that there's an open docket on this issue and requests that it be actively looked at.
So we will pass along your concerns to the appropriate bureau or office at the commission that addresses this issue. This committee itself deals with different types of issues, but I can't engage in a dialogue now. We are out of time, but we will make sure that this gets to the appropriate officials here. Thank you.
Okay. So we are closing in on the close of our meeting today. It's 3:35. I would like to thank each and every one of you for the wonderful participation in the meeting that we've had today. This is probably one of the best meetings, I believe. I hope that you agree with me. We will be meeting on December the 6th. That's the next date of our next meeting. Karen, did you want to? Oh, somebody has a hand up. Tom would like to say something.
Thanks. I just wanted to ask Elaine where the video committee is meeting. Is that in here definitively?
Yeah. This is Karen. Elaine stepped away for a second, but yes, it will be in this room. And I do want to add something. I did think that this was an extraordinary meeting. I want to thank all of you for all the effort that you put into the recommendations presented today. And I want to thank Jim and Greg for their amazing presentation. To be continued. This is only the start of this discussion, and we hope to continue this in further meetings that we have. So thank you.
And this is Elaine Gardner. Thank you so much. Remember that we have a meeting coming up, a 4th meeting this year on December 6th. And so I look forward to seeing all of you. And in the meantime, as always, get in touch with if you have any questions about the meeting coming up or about the application process or anything. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Okay, the meeting is adjourned. Have safe trips back home.
This is Elaine Gardner again. Of course, there is a meeting of the Video Programming Subcommittee. Okay, thanks a lot.
Nice seeing you, Jocelyn. Say hello to Tony for me.